Alright, welcome back everyone. So, tonight we are... 1 second. It appears to have disconnected my controller again. There we go. I guess the last few times we've gone away with it not doing that. But, anyhow. Last we left off, we finished Ophelia's Chapter 3, which leaves us with Cyrus's and Primrose's, I believe. So let's go do Cyrus's first. And then I'll power level Primrose as we drag her through hers. Story so far. In Quarry Crust, Cyrus uses powers of deduction to get to the bottom of a series of kidnappings perpetuated by the depraved scholar Gideon, who was harvesting the villagers' blood for his dark research. It was in Gideon's sickening laboratory that Cyrus discovered it. A translated copy of From the Far Reaches of Hell. Though the history of the dark arts intrigued him, he could not sit idly by while his peers used knowledge for evil. And so Cyrus came to Stonegard, where the tome was bound. Would he find answers here, or only more dreadful questions? Stonegard at last. A sprawling city, if I ever saw one. Talk about searching for a needle in a haystack.
Now then.
First, I should review where we stand. Like as not, the translated copy of From the Far Reaches of Hell was produced by a bookmaker in this town. But where to begin my search? Logically speaking, it would make the most sense to begin at the source. Which means head straight for... the bindery, of course. Where else?
Very well.
Let the investigation begin. Cyrus is very bad at noticing people following him. Let's see now. I sold a book of my making to Dominic, a translator. His home lies on the east side of town. Most intriguing. Well now, would seem I owe this Dominic fellow a visit. I should be able to find him in the workshop just east of here. It's this one? Yes.
Excuse me.
Beg pardon, is this the residence of?
My apologies.
I don't know who you are, but I am not in the mood for company.
A moment of your time.
If you could just spare a moment, kind sir, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Be gone with you.
I said I wish to see no one. Leave me at once. He seems like a stubborn one. I'll have to find another way. Pray forgive the intrusion. A good day to you, sir. It might behoove me to find out a bit more about our friend Dominic. I do my best not to indulge in idle gossip. Oh, really? That Dominic went and shut himself off from the world after his only daughter succumbed to sickness 15 years ago. 15 years ago? Yikes. How does he eat? In here? Apparently. Yeah, Audrey. How's the Path of 8 going? It's going well. We've got just 2 more chapter 3s left before we can start the chapter 4s. Dominic had a translation commission he thought would earn him a fortune. Still rues the day he said yes to it, poor lad. Nope. We got banter.
I see.
He refuseth to talking to thee. Quite. I need a different approach. You are looking most solemn. Is anything troubling you? I was thinking, wherefore would someone so mighty turneth his back on others? The suffering of his voice was that of a man who hath been made to forsaken everything. You are suggesting that there is a reason for his behavior. Perhaps, I know not. But when I think about the life that he had led, yes, quite. Something tragic may have befallen him. I need to find out more. Perhaps I could even find a way to help him. Good plan. Let us act upon it. You hope I'll like the game to the end. I have enjoyed most aspects, just the using only skits for interaction is a little weird. And sometimes it's a bit missable when there's a lot of other stuff going on. Sold some message to Dominic about 15 years ago, I think. Was in a spot of bother, as I recall, financially speaking, so I gave him a discount.
Very well.
And that should do it. I dare say Dominic will be more talkative this time. Oh, really? I feel like you've only just scratched the surface, Cyrus. Only what for interactions? Oh, I call them skits because that's like... When I first encountered them in the Tales series, that's what they call them. Where you just hit a button and it's a bunch of talking on its own. I've never been the biggest fan of that method of interaction. Yeah, the e-travel banter. You like how that guy sold him medicine 15 years ago when he was 16? I mean, we got Tress out here traveling the world when she's pretty young, right? Maybe the guy is pretty good at his medicine trade.
Excuse me.
Beg pardon, Master Dominic. I am Cyrus, the scholar who called upon you earlier. You again? I already told you, I do not want to see you. Why does Cyrus...
Of course.
Why does Cyrus have to do this right outside the door? Yes, if my reasoning is correct, this is undoubtedly why Dominic has cut off all contact with the outside world. Cyrus, you are a loon. I think Tressa is 15 canonically. 14 or 15 is when you started your apprenticeship for the most part in human history, so that tracks well. Indeed. I do not mean to open old wounds, friend. But I have heard that you lost your dear daughter to illness some 15 years ago.
Thusly.
Since then, you have secluded yourself and cut off all contact with the outside world. In order to procure the elixirs that might save your daughter, you needed coin, quickly, and in large quantities. And so you accepted an unusual task.
Yes.
To wit, producing a translation of Far from the Reaches of Hell. Or From the Far Reaches of Hell. Who told you this?
Now then.
The book that you translated is now in my possession. Clearly, you are a scholar of great knowledge and wisdom. You took care to omit the most horrific passages.
And now,
Thanks for the resub, Audrey. Appreciate the support. That's half of 14, so you still have time to go. Yes. You do not need to find the loot corpses for pocket change along your path until you're 7 years older. You took care to omit the most horrific passages, doubtless because you recognize the danger that posed. As an academic, I will not stand idly by as knowledge is used for the purpose of evil. And so I ask you, who commissioned this translation from you? Come inside.
Many thanks.
Thank you, friend.
Listen.
But where should I even begin?
In truth,
15 years ago, a man came here to me with a request he said was of dire import. Strangely, I cannot recall his name. He was a scholar, and from his words he could tell me, or one could tell his mind was as sharp as a blade. But what I remember more than anything were his eyes, which burned blood red with zeal for knowledge that bordered on obsession.
What in the...
Red eyes. Could it be? No, perish the thought.
after that,
They say in recent years he accepted a prestigious position at the Royal Academy in Atlasdam. Dun dun dun.
It couldn't be.
Good good gods, Headmaster Yvonne.
yes.
Ah, yes. It's all coming back to me now. Yvonne was his name.
In truth,
He came to me, a mighty and he came to me, a mighty and venerable tome in hand. That tome was far from the far reaches of hell. I did not have to think twice,
Is that so?
knowing full well the danger posed by the forbidden knowledge within.
yes.
I was not blind to the risk. And yet, what choice did I have? The medicines my daughter required cost a veritable fortune, and I am but a humble scholar. So you follow Yvonne's instructions to the letter.
Yes.
I translated that dreadful tome. All the while fearing for my life, what horrors might come to pass if the knowledge fell into the wrong hands. Yeah, from the far reaches of hell, uh-oh. Red Eye was a scholar all along. Yes, somehow all 8 paths cross into the same villain at the end. Red Eye, the necromantic headmaster, who is also the savior. In the end, even the rarest of elixirs could not save my poor girl. Looking back, I believe this was divine punishment for my sins. Headmaster Yvonne, whatever was the man thinking? You say the book is in your possession. I beg of you, promise me.
Leave it to me.
I will see to it that it is never again used to bring pain and suffering. You have my word. The pain and guilt you bear is surely beyond my understanding, but I hope this will bring you even a small measure of solace. Rest your heart easy, friend, as best you can.
You have my thanks.
Cyrus, was it? You have my thanks. You won't spoil anything? Alright.
Come now.
Well, are you going to keep hiding in the shadows, or shall we end this charade? Oh, I guess Cyrus did notice him, but he was just letting him follow him for some reason.
Ah,
So, you were wise to my presence.
Just so.
I knew I was being followed, yes? Fancy meeting you outside the academy. You are the headmaster's assistant, Miss.
call me Lucia.
Greetings.
A pleasure. And why have you followed me here, Miss Lucia?
I apologize.
Forgive me, Professor Albright. I meant no offense. I overheard that you were investigating the whereabouts of a certain tome. A tome by the name of From the Far Reaches of Hell. Is this correct? And what if it is?
In truth,
What I am about to say, I ask that you keep in the utmost confidence. I have reason to believe Headmaster Yvonne is plotting something unsavory involving the self-same tome.
Why,
So-
I'll be...
So the thief who stole the book from the archives was
yes.
the headmaster himself. Of this, I am all but certain. The headmaster's assistant I may be, but first and foremost, I am a scholar in my own right. I will not stand to see my profession's good name sullied by one who would use knowledge in the name of evil. This is why.
Indeed.
You came here seeking my aid.
Correct.
My intuition as an academic tells me you are a man to be trusted. As you may be aware, Headmaster Yvonne hails from Stoneguard himself.
Yes.
I was planning to investigate that very matter after I was done here. The house in which he was born still stands. Yet, there are ominous rumors about the place. I have ascertained its location, but I am hesitant to investigate further on my own. Oh boy, I can't wait to find his house full of undead. And so I ask you, Professor Albright, pray lend me your aid.
I see.
Before I promise anything, I would see the house with my own eyes.
Correct.
I understand completely. You will find it on the north side of town. And thus we arrived at Shinra Manor. I mean, what? Surely his house will have a completely normal number of skeletons in it.
Shall we begin?
Well, let's see. This is a headmaster, right? So he's probably got, what, like 30, 40 of them in the closet, shoved up in his room. Very well. Let us pay it a visit straight away. As for whether or not I will cooperate, I will give you my answer there. Is this acceptable?
Thank you.
But of course, thank you, Professor. I will go on ahead and meet you there. Travel banter.
Pardon me.
Can I ask you a question, Professor? By all means. What kind of things did you teach back at the palace? Interested in a spot of learning, are we? Then pull up a log and I'll give you a lesson. Not the right time, Cyrus. Huh? History, let's begin there, specifically with the founding of the mighty kingdom of Hornburg. But wait, I never said... And there followed, and also, in short... He's been talking for an hour now. I'm not sure whether to be annoyed or impressed. But the king, Edbart, if you recall, had his own worries, you see. Professor, can I say something? What is it, Tressa? We really need to get back on the road. The average house actually has 0, but selling skeletons. Skeleton's George? It's of course an outlier and should not be counted. This is where where Headmaster Yvonne was born and raised. According to the neighbors, it has lain abandoned for some 20 years now.
Is that so?
Am I not familiar with Skeleton's George? I don't believe so. The average house has more like 2 skeletons, but you are a very strange human indeed. This is true. Ominous indeed. Well, shall we let ourselves in? Whoa, what the? Rip.
Oh!
Where? What is
Where?
this place?
What is this
Oh.
place?
Fully voiced. Gasp. I see that, his house follows a very standard design of walk in front door, fall into 20-foot drop.
Ah, Professor Albright. I apologize for this little ruse.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere. So, we meet again, Headmaster Yvonne.
When I heard you were looking into from the far reaches of hell, I knew your search would lead you here. And sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Your mind is every bit as sharp as I thought it was.
You sent Lucia to keep an eye on me.
What a shame, my dear boy. A thirst for knowledge like yours would be such a terrible thing to waste. So, what do you say? Apprentice yourself to me, and I will overlook your little trespasses.
How kind of you. I refuse. I am, shall we say, philosophically opposed to your stance on knowledge. I believe that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded for one's personal gain.
I thought you'd say as much. Most unfortunate, Cyrus. Most unfortunate. As you know, this is my house, and I don't get many callers these days. A smart man like you knows what this means, yes? When you starve to death here, no one will be the wiser.
If you think I'll give up without a fight, you don't know me nearly well enough.
What have we here?
Climbing my way out doesn't seem to be an option.
Now then!
Now, how to get myself out of this predicament? I can just launch a few spells at the wall. I see a little blue thing on the wall. I can't tell if it's actually something or just the light. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Because it keeps bringing that up.
Professor?
Professor Albright. That voice, could it be?
Are you okay?
Hold on, Professor. I'll lower a rope. Please pay no attention to the 7 other people in this hole, yes. There you go. Climb on up. Well, Professor, I'm so glad you're safe. Therese. Did you come all the way from Atlasdam? But why?
Actually,
I knew you were in danger. And so I came to warn you. That's quite enough, young lady.
Therese!
I knew Cyrus would come, but you have pluck for a girl your age.
You think you can get away with this?
Yvonne, let go of her at once. It is clear hostage negotiation never factored into your scholarly pursuits. Mark my words, Cyrus, stop meddling in my research or the girl's life is forfeit. Wait. I'm sure he'll find Cyrus's negotiations quite fiery.
Letting us beginning.
Surprisingly, these are not undead.
What next?
well then. May the sacred flame shine forth!
Visits me.
What to do?
Everybody is weak to lances, apparently.
A tempest of ice shall
What next?
What to do?
What is the look? Ah!
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed. I'll do my best. Oh, sacred light!
Reverse OP, you don't think you've seen that before? Oh, really?
Oh, flames! Rain!
Or apothecary? Yes.
Thus ends your lesson.
His cleric doesn't normally have a way of getting rid of status effects. What a useless room.
Open for business!
Oh hey, cultists.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Whoops!
My turn now!
An interesting dilemma. A great inferno to the land.
I'll not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth!
What next?
An interesting dilemma.
They're not dead yet, surprisingly.
What next?
I'll do my best. Ah! Ah!
What is the logical course of action? Nothing will quiet the storm.
Letting the hunt beginning.
My turn now. Time to close up shop.
Have I unlocked all the primary jobs as sub-jobs? Yes. You tended to use items or just ignore stats effects most of the time. I had a problem where I kept getting hit by CC early. And having the immunity is very helpful. Hey Kirby. Hello Bex Tries, one of your favorite games ever. You hope I'm enjoying. Yep, I'm having a pretty good time with it. There's like nothing upstairs on that side.
My turn now.
Thunder Guardian. So they might be weak to wind? Something like that.
What next? Raining arrows up on them.
Apparently there's some heavy bow weakness going on in this mansion.
Now, what next? Nothing will quiet the storm.
Coming, if thou darest. Raining arrows up on them.
My turn now. Let's do this.
I'll just use the bow for now. 'Cause we know it'll break him.
What is the logical course of action?
Here I go.
Coming, if thou darest.
An interesting dilemma.
Well then, let your wounds be healed.
What is the logical course of action? Thus ends your lesson.
Scholarly bludgeoning. The rain of arrows and similar skills are so weird. They could just say how many times they're actually gonna hit instead of telling you a bigger number and having it miss a bunch of times. Yeah, it always feels bad that way. Especially since, like, comparatively, if you're using a scholar, you just hit big numbers that never miss, so it makes everything else look bad.
I've done my research on you.
Come in, if thou darest.
What to do?
An interesting dilemma.
My turn now.
The game itself says between 5 and 8 hits.
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of ice shall rage!
Come in, if thou darest.
Rude.
Let's do this.
Come in, if thou darest.
Now, what next? Ah! A tempest of ice shall rage! Thus ends your lesson.
Also, this cellar is another place that's built in as screwed up a way as possible, like those previous houses.
There is no choice.
Yvonne's actual upper floors
Letting
almost
the
seem
hunt
normal,
begin.
but this cellar is just made in a completely nonsensical way.
Raining arrows up on them.
I'll do my best.
Guess Ophelia is not going to be doing much aside from... I guess she could just axe things.
Here I go.
What is the logical course of action? Nothing will quiet the storm!
My turn now.
Come in, if thou darest.
You still keep missing that guy in the corner.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Now, what next?
What next? Raining arrows up on them. What next?
Shock Stream. Interesting name. Well, might as well see if we can get it. We actually captured it. Hilarious. Alright, bye-bye, Tortoise.
Thou didst fight with courage.
A bright stone. Indicates the blindness, I guess. The one RN
I've
moment,
done my
yes.
research on you.
What next? Rain and arrows up on them.
What is the logical course of action? All light, smite them down.
Here I go! My turn now. Let your wounds be healed. Well then.
He hits Papalato.
Come in, if thou darest.
Here I go! I'll not be defeated. Ah! Thank you! I'll do my
Thanks for
best.
feeding the gremlin, Audrey. You didn't know that I added that? What, feeding the gremlin?
My turn now.
What next?
What to do?
And nothing will last long. You should
Oh,
have
the
studied
sneakity.
harder.
Yes, it's recently added. Hey, cat. I'm glad you all like it so much.
There is no choice. Let's do this!
It might or might not have been mildly abused at a time. I mean, it has a slight cooldown, so it's not like it can get too spammy.
Letting the hunt begin.
What is the logical course of action? Nothing will last long.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed. Let's do this! My turn now.
Letting the hunt begin.
What is the logical? Not bad. A passing grade.
Bottled breath. Gross? Scott decided your bum needed a snuggle today. Your bum is covered in drool and short black fur now. Seems like a reasonable price to pay for cute kitty snuggles.
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
Letting my arrow fly and true. Raining arrows up on them.
What to do? The winds of fortune are howling. My turn now. Yeah. Well then.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Great inferno the land.
What to do? Time to close up shop.
Just had to knife the big golem to finish it off. Easy, right? He's very sweet and affectionate, is an excellent snuggler. Feel like big cats are normally pretty good at that, yes. We're getting free soul stones off these guys, which is interesting.
Flame, protect us.
But also, I suppose it makes sense if we're fighting a bunch of researchers.
Letting the hunt begin. Raining arrows up on them.
Nothing will fight before.
My turn now. Ah! Let's do this.
An interesting dilemma.
Just do this. I want him to have his other BP.
Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Now. A great inferno the land. Thus ends your lesson.
Sorry, it's running a touch low on SP. Oh, I see it goes up. Like, does that just lead to a balcony to nowhere? Yes, not the theory in chests.
Ready or not, here I come.
What next? Missed me.
My turn now.
What is the logical course of action? I could use a rest.
I'll do my best.
What is the logical course of action?
Letting my arrow fly and true.
What to do?
Now. Thus ends your lesson.
Damn it. 6 away. A useless empty room, apparently.
Time to teach you a lesson.
Come in, if thou darest.
I'll do my best. Ah! Let's do this.
Something called Blood Remnant that is not vulnerable to light. Consider me surprised.
An interesting dilemma.
But it is weak to ice.
Well then.
Come in, if thou darest. Come in, if thou darest.
Let's do this.
Now, what? Nothing will. You should have studied harder.
Guess we're going up.
There is no choice.
Yeah, this place definitely feels like it was manufactured for a
Letting the
madman.
hunt beginning. Raining arrows up on them.
Here I go.
Ouch.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
I'll not be defeated.
An interesting dilemma.
Well then. May the sacred flame shine forth. Well then. Let me heal you.
What next?
In shadow. You see. No, we got the one from the Dark Curator. We'll just stick with this.
My turn now. Thank you.
Rip getting money.
Not bad. A passing grade.
They put Bernie in the Summer Harmonic? He's the backpack with Goldmary? Bernie and Goldmary? What? What connection do those two share? That feels like a completely random pick. I guess they could have just said, well, these two are both popular, let's just put them together, but that's kind of a boring answer, isn't it?
Therese!
Voice lines are very cute, they should. I'd see. We'll have to watch the video afterward. Connection is that they're both waifued a lot by the player base. I think Gold Mary's significantly less than Bernie, but maybe not. Opposite personalities in a way. Yeah, I suppose. Gold Mary is ridiculously boisterous, while Bernie is not. Which once again leads to your biggest complaint about Engage. There absolutely should have been an all-Chris Gold Mary support. Yeah, that would have been a handful.
Professor?
You just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? You disappoint me, Cyrus. I took you for a more logical man.
Headmaster Yvonne, what do you intend to do with her?
The girl went poking around in my secrets. I fear she can't be allowed to live.
Gasp.
And so I'll finish off teacher and student in one fell swoop.
You'll not lay a hand on my pupil. I'll see to that.
You seem terribly agitated, Cyrus. It's not good for the humors.
It's one of those blood crystals.
What?
Will taste the power I summoned from the far reaches of hell!
I'm sorry, I can't take that seriously. Ah, crap. Didn't know Dad was sneaking up on us. Alright, definitely a mage, yes, truly. We'll let this, the ads play out so that whatever dialogue is left before the fight is not, lost. Kubun as the artist. Great, I'm actually not that familiar with the specific artists for Fae. It seriously is so ridiculous, though. I was maybe expecting him to summon a golem, not turn himself into one. I guess that's one way to subvert. Oh, he's a necromancer summoning a bunch of undead, right? Maybe not the best way, but I guess it's a way. Maybe if they made him look more demonic instead, I guess. Because he kind of just looks like an angry man who took steroids. He's not really a necromancer, but from the far reaches of hell. It's very, like, obviously a necromantic name. I mean, dark magic is usually the same as necromancy. Sure, yeah, he can put links in. More like demonology. Well, then he should look more like a demon instead of like a deranged old man.
I cannot fail.
I like how these guys here are just like, ah, we're totally okay with him doing this. Yeah, I mean, look at that sprite. It is completely deranged old man. I don't know what else you could call it.
Night Ode.
Come in, if thou darest.
His goons are not weak to bows. Surprisingly. Ouch. How dare.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
I will not be thy prey.
Bring about a miracle of healing. Well then. Let's do this. Night Ode.
Let in the hunt beginneth.
I'll not be defeated.
Aha! Found your axes. Or axe weakness. Damn, they're hitting awfully easily through that blind. Very annoying. There we go.
What next? First, weaken in the prey.
What is the logical course of action?
What to do?
So, So I think he's gonna get his turn next turn. The cultist should be still stunned for a turn, I think. You
For
do
you.
this.
Well then. Let me heal you. I'll not be defeated.
She gets 2 turns in a row. I love it. Let's test this. Is he weak to axes? Nope, he's not. No, I guess they did recover.
An interesting dilemma. Nothing will quiet the storm.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Oh, he augmented himself, but also made him weak to another thing. Interesting.
My turn now. My turn now. let your wounds be healed. My turn now! Peacock thrust!
What next?
What is the logical course of action?
Now the true lesson begins.
Bye-bye.
An interesting dilemma. So much to learn.
Weak to
My turn
saves. Okay.
Let me heal you.
Letting my arrow fly in truth.
An interesting dilemma.
What to do? Well then.
Color, he doesn't like his own weapon. I mean, I think that was... I think Gideon was like that too. He was weak to saves as well. Let's see. This is a good time to
Elfric, Ringa,
do that.
What next? First, weakening the prey.
what to do? For you. I'll do my best.
Okay, the new slot is
Coming,
not
if
axes.
thou darest.
Or bows.
Interesting dilemma.
My focus is unparalleled. A great inferno to scorch the land.
It's apparently fire.
Great inferno to scorch the land.
What next?
And he's weak. The new thing is an element.
Well then.
I wonder if I can renew this.
Here I go!
Or stack it, like we normally do. Let's see. Oh, we can in fact stack it. Hee hee hee.
Won't hold back! For you.
What is the logical course of action?
Stacked Cyrus, indeed.
Coming, if thou darest.
Now the true lesson begins. A tempest of ice shall reign.
Yeah, he's now weak to ice too.
What to do? Peacock's thrust. for you.
Letting the hunt beginning. First, weakening the prey.
Focus is unparalleled. A tempest of ice shall rage.
Oops, he's dead.
Not bad. A passing grade.
Imagine if I squeezed in the Scholar Ultimate skill too. I've done it before, I just didn't set it up here. It'd probably be easier to do if I had 2 merchants. Because then I could give him a ton of BP so he could use it on himself, and then a ton of BP so he could actually use the attack. Preposterous! I am all-powerful. I am eternal. Immortal.
What in the...
Immortal? Lies. They were all lies. Lies. Who lied to you? It cannot end like this. It must not. Yes, bye, Ogre Man. Professor?
You have my gratitude.
You have my gratitude, Therese. You saved my life.
Thank goodness.
Oh, Professor, I'm glad, or so glad you're... What have I done? A teacher endangering the life of his pupil. I can't reflect upon my failing, or I can reflect upon my failings another time. For now, I must get you to safety. So that we can also swap to Therion and go get that stupid chest.
Awake, are you?
Yes, Professor.
Therese. I must know what you saw and heard. You'll tell me, yes?
Wait, whose house is this even? Do we just break into someone's house?
Yes, Professor. One day I heard the headmaster talking to someone in his office. I couldn't make out the other voice, but they were talking about you. They were saying they would see you dead. And so I...
You came all the way here to warn me.
Yes, Professor.
I see. Well, Therese. As your teacher, I must scold you for your most reckless and careless actions.
I understand, Professor.
But one thing is also clear. Were it not for your actions, I would have died in that dark pit. And so, as a man, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you, Therese, from the bottom of my heart. But you must promise me one thing.
What is it, Professor?
In the future, pray consult someone you can trust before embarking on such a dangerous course of action.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I did learn from the best.
I suppose you did, didn't you?
Professor,
I must continue my journey, but I will send letters. Yes, I'll include assignments to keep your mind sharp. Hmm?
I look forward to that, Professor.
But I think we've talked enough for the day. You should rest.
Wait, Professor! The headmaster. He said one more thing.
Hmm? What's this now?
He said that once you were out of the way, there was a place he would go.
Cyrus, you big friggin' nerd. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If he actually acknowledged her, like, even if he did pick up on her love for him, acknowledging it would be a little squidgy.
Intriguing. And where might that be, pray tell?
Oh, you're not saying that? Alright. He wants to go to the far reaches of hell. Cyrus is a nerd through and through, that he is.
I appreciate your concern, but I will go there. I must. In a way, we are not so different, the headmaster and I.
Professor,
That unquenchable thirst for knowledge, bordering almost on obsession. And yet, our philosophies regarding the ultimate purpose of knowledge could not be more different. The headmaster used his position and prestige to hoard knowledge for his own foul ends. As an academic, I cannot forgive this. Knowledge is for one and all. We inherit the knowledge of our ancestors and pass it on to those who follow us. Only then is its true value realized. Headmaster Yvonne believed true knowledge should begin and end with him. He was wrong. Always remember this, Therese. Knowledge is a bounty to be shared by all.
a bounty?
The more of us that possess true knowledge, the richer we all become.
Lesson time, yes.
Those who seek knowledge must never forget this. That is what I believe. And those who would use their knowledge for nefarious ends must be stopped.
So, it would be wrong of me to keep this to myself. The headmaster said he was headed to the town of Duskbarrow.
I see. Thank you, Therese. Do not worry. Your teacher will not make the same mistake twice. When I act, I will exercise due caution.
I can believe you this time?
Please do, my dear girl.
Hey, you took care of your rooster. Thanks for the pets.
If you say so, then I shall see you when you return.
You have my word. I will arrange for someone to look after you until your strength returns.
Oh, we rented a room at the inn. Okay. Fair enough. You love the music in this game so much. They are very good at it.
Duskbarrow. Whatever did the headmaster seek there? Judging from his transformation to that dreadful beast, the power he obtained was an unholy one indeed. Is it possible that the tome holds not only the secrets to death, but new forms of life? And yet, I find it hard to believe that transforming himself into a demon was the headmaster's ultimate goal.
Wait, that was the demon? That okay. Apparently demons in this universe are just deranged old men.
After all, Did he not say he was betrayed? And the original copy of the tome is still nowhere to be found. So many questions remain. But now I know where I can find the answers. On to Duskbarrow, and whatever dark secrets await me there.
In general, they're quite old and quite deranged, so that fits. Fair enough. And so Cyrus left Stoneguard behind, having witnessed with his own eyes the nightmarish powers contained within the pages of that baleful tome. But what do Yvonne and his cohorts truly seek? Whether he was ready to face them or not, Cyrus would find his answers in Duskbarrow. But first, he needs to rob the mansion. It's not like Yvonne will miss the stuff anyway, right? Should also save. So I just want to see, where is it actually pushing him? All the way up here. Oh right, I guess we've been there before. It's the thing when we've got 8 different threads going, sometimes it's hard to remember what's where and where is what.
Standest thou against me? Then be hunted. Let my arrow fly and true. Raining arrows upon them.
My turn.
I'll not be defeated.
Now,
Nothing will
Didn't actually kill them.
interesting dilemma.
What next?
Level slash!
I'll not be defeated. Ah! May the sacred flame shine forth.
An interesting dilemma.
What next? The hunt endeth.
Level slash your beloved. It's definitely a little better than I thought it would be. Just because I wasn't sure what they would do for weaknesses.
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
And the game is really liked giving sword weaknesses to like
What is the
everything.
logical course of action?
Come in, if thou darest.
No, Lynn, you're supposed to use sweep.
Level slash!
Well, that's annoying.
I'll do my best. May the sacred flame shine forth.
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Out of my way. What's yours is mine. What is the matter?
A tempest of shall rage. Not bad. A passing grade.
Sturdy quartz rod. But how good is it really? Not particularly. But I guess it's there in case we need a third staff, I suppose. If nothing else, we can pawn it off. Alright, let's grab Primrose. Do stuff with her while she's still level 17. Almost grabbed the wrong person. Also, I guess I didn't rest either with Prim in the party. She'll probably level up off of the first encounter we get into, though. What do we do with her? I just throw her into Scholar? I guess the Black Staff's also just better than the Sturdy Quartz. Rip Sturdy Quartz. We could buy for remaining passives, but I kind of like to just hold on to this in case I want to buy passives from other sub-jobs. Noble Court, where nothing bad will ever happen. The town of Still Snow, Primrose got her first taste of revenge. There, she struck down the left wing of the crow, driving the dagger engraved with her family's words into its breast. Faith shall be your shield. The words had served her well. Now to remain, the man with the mark on his right arm, and the foulest bird of all, the mark on his neck. Go home to Noble Court, she was told. There you will find the truth you seek. But will this truth bring her peace or further pain? And so, after too many years, Primrose comes home.
Oh my.
How long has it been? When I left, I thought I would never return to this place. The crow said I would find the truth here. What truth was he speaking of? 2 more men bearing the mark of that foul bird. My search continues here. Look, that young lady. Is that not Lady Primrose?
No.
You're seeing things, friend. House Hazelheart is nothing but a memory now. Right, of course. No need to drag up old ghosts. There's plenty enough going on in the present. Just look. I do remember hearing that there was like the Lord who took over was being a complete jerk. What's happening over there? So we'll probably end up having to kill him because he probably is employing one of the crows. Darling, please, open your eyes! No, say it's not so! Crying shame, that, and just as his business was starting to take off.
Just so.
Rumor has it he voices displeasure with his lordship a bit too loudly, if you catch my meaning. That's why I keep my mouth shut, lest I end up dead on the street like that poor sod.
What?
A murder, in Noble Court of all places.
But...
When I was young, Father in the City Watch saw that hardly a crime was committed here. What has become of this place since I left? Move! Out of the way, you slack-jawed fools! We're here by express order of his lordship to inspect the scene. Now, clear out, lest we toss you in jail for impeding the investigation.
How can that...
The Lord's own guardsmen are investigating the crime. Where's the City Watch?
Hey...
I know that man. He was one of Father's trusted friends. Ravello Forsyth, Lieutenant Commander of the City Watch. At least he used to be. But where's Python? Hey Tribuncle, is the story good? Yeah, for the most part they've kept me engaged. Your totally objective opinion they are, although the best story is Ophelia. Ophelia did have the strongest initial hook for me. So he was spared the wrath of the crows, at least. A raven from Still Snow, sir. I fear the tidings are ill. Master Rufus is,
Oh?
So, the left wing has been clipped. It was the Hazelhug girl that did the deed, you say? So she still lives after all. Guess we'll just have to do something about that. Mark my words, the Hazelheart line ends here.
Could it be?
Lady Primrose. Is it truly you, Lady Primrose?
Impossible.
I know that voice. From a lifetime ago.
Primrose.
Do mine eyes see true? You have grown lovelier than I ever could have dreamed, Lady Primrose.
Simeon.
Where have you been all these years? Not here, that's for certain. You know, I always wanted to run as fast and far as I could from this stuffy old town. So I set out on a journey across the realm. And yet, no matter how far I traveled, I could not escape from the pain of losing you.
Of course.
These days, I make a living as a playwright of sorts. I pen dramas and tragedies for the stage. You always did have a way with words. I swore I would never return to this place. Then, one day, I felt an odd yearning. And no sooner do I arrive than I am reunited with you. Fate is a mysterious thing, is it not?
Primrose.
But enough about me. Where have you been all these years, my love? What do I even tell him? There's not a thing I can say without sullying his memories of me forever.
I'm sorry.
My apologies, that was too forward of me. You needn't say a thing. Besides, I can imagine all too well without hearing a word. Life has not been kind to you, and though you have grown all the more beautiful through the hardships, or hardships you no doubt suffered, it still pains me that you had to suffer them. Simeon's gentle words stirred something in Primrose, a feeling she had not felt in many years. For the first time in what seemed like forever, she felt, somewhere deep in her heart, a measure of peace. He's too kind to me. He always was.
Gah.
Oi, what are you two doing loitering about? That looks like a spot of trouble I'd just as soon avoid. Come, my lady, we'll find somewhere we can chat in private.
Seeing you again, it brings back so many memories. Memories of my childhood days in this town. I could never understand why my father was so strict with me. I was always running off to the gardens for a good cry.
And that was where I would find you. And find an excuse to shirk my duties as gardener's apprentice.
Gardener's apprentice, huh? Odd garb for a gardener.
I wanted nothing more than to spend time with you. To be a part of your world.
At least the way they do his outfit made me think he was from the same academy as Cyrus.
Little lady, why do you cry so?
What?
We couldn't help but be drawn to one another, like the bees drawn to the nectar of the fragrant blooms. You were always penning poems for me. Your words, your songs, gave me comfort and solace. In the darkest days after I lost Father, you would sing them for me over and over.
To tell the truth, Primrose, I left this town to search for you. I tried so many times to forget you. To accept that you were gone. Yet time and again, I found myself reciting the poems I had written you. Can you forgive me, Primrose?
Alright, see ya, Audrey. Good luck with whatever you have to do.
There is nothing to forgive. It was all so very long ago. I too have moved on from those days. I have found my own reason to go on.
And when the moon waxes full and bright in dark heaven, and stars glitter worlds away from earthly sorrow, would that sleep hold you in her soft embrace. Then shall my eyes close, lips open in prayer, for it is only in dreams that we may meet again.
Simeon.
And then there was silence. In that moment, there was nothing that words could convey.
Lady Primrose, I intend to remain in town for some time yet. I still have not forgiven myself, knowing that I could not do more for you. It tortures me to this day. If there is any way at all, in which I can be of service to you, my lady, you need only say the word.
Thank you, Simeon.
Feels a little too convenient,
Enough
but
distractions. I must find the men marked by the crow.
I guess we'll see.
But where to begin?
Farewell.
Farewell, Joffrey. I will return.
What?
What's this? Are my eyes to be believed?
How could this...
My lady, are you Joffrey's? It has been too long, Master Forsyth.
Lady Primrose?
Too long indeed. We all knew you would grow to be a great beauty, but even still, I feel as though I am standing before a vision from the heavens. It brings me great joy to know you are well, my Lady Primrose. As it does me, to see you hale and hearty, Master Forsyth.
Thank the gods.
It just stooped my back and blurred my eyes, but just seeing you before me, I thank the gods for blessing me with long life. You flatter me overmuch, my good sir. I was just paying Joffrey a visit, as I do from time to time. You should do the same, Lady Primrose. Let your father bask in your beauty as well.
No.
I cannot face father, not yet. Before that, there is something I must do. I'm sorry to hear it, my lady. But where have you kept yourself all these years? There are many here who would have been more than happy to take you in.
The truth is...
I have been on a journey of sorts, if you must know the truth.
I'm sorry.
Forgive me, I had no idea you had suffered through such dark days. You did well to endure and return to us, Lady Primrose.
Actually...
I endured only because I must. I must learn the truth behind Father's death. And have my revenge upon the bastards who took him from me. Master Forsyth, is there nothing you can tell me? There was a time when I, too, spared no effort in trying to unravel the secrets behind Lord Joffrey's murder. But in the end, I was left wishing I never had. My lady, I urge you to tread lightly. This business will be the death of you if you do not watch your back. I am ready for whatever may come.
I know what I must do.
Very well. Come with me, and I will tell you what I know. This is a very long intro to this chapter.
Oh!
I'm back, Anna.
Oh?
I was wondering what was keeping you, dear. Pray tell, who is this beauty you've brought with you?
It's not possible.
Lady Primrose? My, but I never... And so beautiful a woman grown. Pinch me, my dear. I must be dreaming. I thought the same myself. Now, what say we share a cup of tea? And so, from that dark day onward, the balance of power here in Noble Court shifted, and shifted dramatically. Under Lord Joffrey's stewardship, House Hazelheart was the most prominent of all the great families. Working closely with the City Watch, he took it upon himself to uphold the peace and keep the people happy. Crime of any sort was nigh unheard of. Oh, what happy days those were. Though those with a want to do ill deeds might have found it a bit stifling. But it matters little. Those times of peace and security are all but a dream now. In the chaos and disorder that followed the fall of House Hazelheart, a group of men seized power. They called themselves the Obsidians. They began their operation peddling illicit tinctures back when your father still lived. Working in the shadows, just out of sight of Joffrey's watchful eye, they made one shitty deal after the next, filling their coffers and making powerful friends. Swayed by the influence of their coin, countless once lawful men cast their lot with these villains, and the ones that didn't. Captain Elvis commanded the City Watch in those days. Maybe you remember him. He was Lord Joffrey's right hand, the most just and honorable man I've been privileged to know. Unfortunately, his code of honor put him at odds with the Obsidians, and so they took action. Murdered, like my father.
And then...
Absent his leadership, the City Watch collapsed, and the Obsidians seized power with the greatest of ease. I spent years trying to follow the trail of corruption, to find who it led to, where the blood money flowed. In the end, I found that I was up against an opponent too evil. I have faced innumerable threats to my own life. Two of my cohorts from the Watch, who worked tirelessly to help me tried to track down the truth, were murdered in cold blood. Honor and justice are long dead here, never to return. I am an old man now. I grow weary of this battle. I am but a minor landowner with no influence of which to speak. All I can do is bring flowers to Joffrey's grave.
Lady Primrose?
There's nothing more I can do for him, or for you, and so I beg of you, Lady Primrose, leave this place. Trust me, my lady. Were your father here, he would say the same. I beg to differ, Master Forsyth. Were my father here, this is what he would say.
Faith shall be your shield.
Mayhap you are right. Mayhap I have only twisted my memories of Joffrey to ease my own regret at my own cowardice. Forgive me, my lady. I do you a dishonor.
Now then.
I know where the Obsidians make their headquarters in town. I will take you there.
Lady Primrose.
I will wait for you here, my lady. Pray tell me whenever you wish or are ready to depart. Well, first let's save real quick. Holy, was that a long sequence? Do you remember our boy Jan, my lady? Perhaps you don't recall, but the two of you were playmates as children. So many nights you came sneaking back home after dark, and I would scold the two of you together. It felt as if I'd gained a daughter. Of course, Jan's a man grown now. He works with his father, looking after the town and tending to our estate. But I've heard him murmur more than once over the years. I wonder where Lady Primrose might be now. And now fate has brought you back to us at last. A splendid thing, is it not? This is the den of the Obsidians. This giant manor. Who would have thunk it?
Lovely.
Unless he means this side door, then I guess that's a little more discreet. You have my gratitude, Master Forsyth. I cannot guarantee your safety should you choose to go forward, my lady.
I owe you a debt.
Nor would I ask you to.
Lady Primrose?
You mean to avenge Lord Joffrey's death, do you not?
I'll do what I must.
It has been my sole reason for living all these years. Very well. In that case, Lady Primrose, pray allow this old man to accompany you. There was a time when I too vowed I would see justice served. For so long I had abandoned hope and lost my way. But reuniting with you, it has lit the path before me anew, as if the light of the flame was shined upon us. I realize now that, for all I have learned over the years, I still know nothing of true bravery.
So then...
Master Forsyth,
I beg of you.
if your faith will be your shield, Lady Primrose, and let me be the sword at your side. Sir, the Lady Hazelheart comes calling.
Oh,
Does she now? How thoughtful of her to save me the trouble of hunting her down myself. Any bets on how long he'll last? Up until we get to this guy, then he'll probably get stabbed. Protecting Primrose or something like that. Yeah, it's all playing out just as the boss said. Which reminds me... wasn't he supposed to be joining us?
Yeah!
On that matter, sir, I'm afraid there's been a slight change of plans. You left a message. It appears there are some preparations he would see to first. That's our boss. He always had a flair for the dramatic. Sir? No doubt he's preparing a welcome party of his own. My Lady Hazelheart. 'Tis a pity you'll not live to see it. For the right wing will snuff the life out of you right here.
Now,
Lots of wind wake, huh? Ouch.
Letting the hunt beginning.
am ready. The moonlight glows.
Let me heal you.
What is the logical course of action? Oh, ice! Pierce them through!
Well, we found
Let
one
my arrow
vulnerability.
fly and true.
Aha!
Letting the hunt begin.
And we found a sword
I'm
weakness. Nice.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
I guess this guy must be weak to light. That's a yes.
What is the Nothing will Thus ends your lesson.
2 levels, okay. Well, if that keeps up, Primrose will be caught up in no time. Oh, hey, second win is apparently a thing. SP regen sounds cool. Although I guess the question is... how much we regen. I'll have to see.
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
Ooh, juicy dark weakness.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
My turn now.
5 SP out of 87 seems pretty large.
What next?
Okay, no
Let
fire
my arrow
weaknesses.
fly and true.
Axe weakness, nice.
What next? You should have studied harder.
Gosh. Nice. So a room that has doors on either side with the stairs in the middle. That's funny.
Now, letting us hunt him.
Well, that's slightly disgusting.
What next?
I am ready.
Now, what next? Nothing will quiet the storm.
Well then,
Oh yeah, I forgot she has a counter attack.
let me heal you.
Letting the hunt begin.
I am ready.
What next?
Well then,
Alright, they're not weak to fire. Counter break.
What is
Rip.
the logical course of action?
I'll do my best. Please rise.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Now, what next? Nothing will quiet the storm. Thus ends your lesson.
Entire basket. You shouldn't have.
Standest thou against me? Then be hunted. Coming,
Wow,
if thou
there's a lot of
darest.
knife weakness here. It's a shame that there's not an AoE knife attack for normal attacks. I think there have been some beasts that have it, but we definitely don't have that here. At least not on my current list.
Raining arrows up on them.
An interesting dilemma. Great wind.
No good.
Oh, sacred light! Let your wounds be healed.
What next?
There we go.
And
Cut him down.
nothing will quiet the storm. Thus ends your lesson.
Oh, that other staircase is broken too. Interesting.
Now, letting us hunting. Letting the hunt beginning.
What is the logical course of action?
Damn it.
Well then,
How could you miss?
may the sacred flame shine forth! I'll do my best. Oh, sacred light!
Coming, if thou darest.
Black Bile. That tells me nothing about what that actually is.
Coming, if thou darest.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
An interesting. Nothing will fight before. Thus ends your lesson.
Damn, not quite a level there. Feel like if we're going in the boss sequence now, then... Primrose is not ready. But, let's see, I guess. Okay, it's the second section of the house. I was kind of wondering. I was like, that's a really... Even for this game, that's a really, really short dungeon.
This dance. Come in, if thou darest. Raining arrows up on them.
What's this now?
Oh, sacred light! Please rise.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
What's this?
Casual 5k each hit.
Should have studied harder.
I have questions about the layout of this, too. First area seemed fine. This other area is like, what?
Standest thou against me? Then be hunted. Come in, if thou darest. Resist me.
Man, Stampede is such a dumb ability.
Nothing will fight
Bram, why?
I'll do my best. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Letting the hunt beginning. Letting my arrow fly and true.
Nothing will fight
Well then. Let your wounds be healed.
Now, what next?
Damn, it killed all of them.
Thus ends
I was hoping to just get the two in front that were weak. It's definitely a chest I missed on the left. At least I think there was one I saw. Maybe
I've
not.
done my research on you.
I am ready.
An interesting dilemma. Great wind.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Raining arrows up on them.
I'll do my best. Yeah. I'll not be defeated. Ha!
Come in, if thou darest.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
And nothing will. You should have studied harder.
Slightly better wit there, I guess.
Lesson.
I am ready.
My turn now. Oh, sacred light!
Grim is very good at missing these
Letting the
huge-ass
hunt
spiders.
Raining arrows up on them.
Great wind.
I am ready.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
What is the logical course of action? Nothing will. Not bad. A passing grade.
Oh, I see this doesn't connect it. Again, the layout of this house.
Letting us beginning.
I am ready.
What next? Sorcery.
I'll do my best. No, you will not.
What is the logical course of action?
I'll do my best. No, you will not.
Raining arrows up on them.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
What's that? A great inferno. The land. Thus ends your lesson.
Protect us.
Random Nautilus thing.
I am ready.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Well then. my best. Oh, sacred light!
What next? What next? I'll take what I need.
Still on Oxridge.
What is the logical
I
course
see.
of action? Ah! Nothing will Not bad. A passing grade.
I still feel a little under, but we'll see, I guess.
You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Like father, like daughter. So you were the one who clipped the left wing.
And you are the right. I have waited too long for this day.
This man is... No. He cannot be.
You really did a number on us, didn't you? The left was responsible for maintaining and expanding our little circle of friends. While I provided the coin and the power. We made quite the team, if I do say so myself. Nothing, no one could stand in our way. And now you've gone and fouled it up.
Heh, fouled.
Have I now? All I've done is removed a filthy scavenger from this world. One less crow, and our realm will be better off for it.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that. But it seems I have another guest today. It's been a while, old friend.
So it is you. Lady Primrose. This is the man who disappeared after your father's murder. The man I feared dead. Albus. I thought you a man of honor.
What?
Honor's all well and good, but it doesn't buy you much.
How could I have been so blind? It was you who sold out Jeffrey to those villains. He trusted you more than anyone. And you stabbed him in the back for a post in that goddamned league.
That's my second in command. A bit slow on the uptake, but you'd always figure it out in the end. This village was a rotten husk long before Jeffrey Azelhard met his end. Anyone with half their wits knew the Obsidians were pulling all the strings from the shadows. I simply cast my lot with the winning horse. A simple business decision. Lady Azelhard. Your father spoke grandly of peace and order until the day he met his end. He would talk of his vaunted faith and how it would shield the town from any danger. In the end, he couldn't even save himself. And now a field of headstones is all that remains of the once proud House Azelhart. Goes to show you what the faith of a fool is worth.
traitorous bastard! Lord Geoffrey was 1,000 times the man you are. You'll sully his name no longer.
Master Forsyth, enough.
But Lady Primrose...
The time for talk has ended. This man, if one can even call him a man, should not live a moment longer.
There's a fire in your eyes, girl. Yes. It reminds me of the fire in your father's eyes when he faced his end. I am Albus, proud bearer of the mark of the Crow. Come at me, Primrose Azelheart. I will see that you meet the same fate as your dear father.
Time for the main event.
Huh.
Well then,
I think he's supposed to be holding knives, but it kind of looks like he's clutching himself in fear. He's like, oh no, I'm so worried. Looks like he could easily be weak to dark. Let's hit him with light, see. Oh, he's weak to light instead, okay. And to knives, cool. Is he weak to bows? Yes, excellent. Although, this makes it so he's not really weak to anything that Cyrus is throwing around, aside from trade winds.
I am ready.
Wow, he must have really bad magic defense. 1100 when not broken is a lot.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious from the start that there is an exact order to it. So once I'd seen all the elements, I started figuring out the order. That's what I usually make my guesses based on for boss fights.
The peacock struck.
Now.
Nice 10k.
I'll do my best. Let me heal you.
I am ready.
Also, this means that the scholar skills I tacked on here aren't actually helping her here. Let's see. Whose speed do I want to buff the most? Maybe Hunnit's. Because she can barrage him to take away like a ton of his break gauge.
The panther dance.
My turn now.
What next? First.
Also shackle him, I guess.
Now, what next?
Nice.
Letting the hunt beginning. Raining arrows
Settle your
upon
face down.
I'll not
Oh,
be
and he's
defeated.
blind. Teehee.
There!
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
An interesting dilemma.
wind in our sails.
Coming, if thou darest.
I'll not be defeated. So here I go! Elfric, bringer of the flame!
Now. Nothing will quiet the storm.
I am ready.
Is there anything else I really want to do here? So I could keep buffing Cyrus's magic, just keep it fully buffed this entire time.
The peacock struck.
I'll not be defeated. My turn now.
Now, what next? Nothing will quiet the storm.
That double turn is concerning now.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Coming, if thou darest.
Although he's blinded for those 2 turns, so let's also debuff his
First,
physical attack.
I am ready.
The mole.
My turn now. No, you will not!
I will not be thy slave.
Human shields, I
do
see.
my best.
Well, that's annoying. He's really close to death, too.
May the sacred flame shine forth!
Now, what next?
Found a weakness.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Oops, and they're broken too, teehee.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Holding back nothing. Cowering before the huntress.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Oops, they're all dead.
You should have studied harder.
Obsidian Garb.
And then there was one.
There was no warrior in noble court more fierce than he. You fought wonderfully, Lady Primrose.
Simeon?
Ah,
Sus.
Primrose. Fancy meeting you here.
Very sus.
What brings you to this terrible place?
Ah, but of course. About that, you see... There's something I simply had to tell you.
I'm the head crow! Oh no!
What?
Simeon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard that you were looking around for my friend here. And you know what they say about birds of a feather.
The mark. Of the crow. But why? Simeon!
Do forgive me, Lady Primrose. There was just one thing I forgot to mention.
He's not too sus. Yeah, he only stabbed her.
The head of the Obsidians, the crow atop the roost, and oh yes, the one who killed your dear, dear father. It was me.
No, it can't be.
Bravo. Oh, bravo, Lady Primrose. I knew you had it in you. That was a virtuoso performance, my love. The audience gasps. At long last, she tracks down the villain she's been hunting all these years, only to find out it is her one true love. Look at the tears she weeps, the blood she spills, and pity her. Oh, the tragedy! It moves me to the depths of my soul!
We have an entire shank of ham here. Same voice as Therian, by the way. Nice.
Fare thee well, my poor, poor love.
That's okay. We can just use Vivify. She's
Lady
fine.
Primrose? Lady Primrose!
Hmm? Simeon? Yes, what do you want? Where are you going? To work. Where else? The hedges want for trimming. Who cares about the gardens? Won't you stay with me? I feel so much at peace when you're with me. Won't you read me one of your poems, pretty please? As you wish, my lady. And worry not your pretty heart. I will always be watching over you. From the shadows, creepily. Oh, thank you. Was it all a dream? Ugh. No, that nightmare was all too real.
What?
Thank the heavens, you've come back to us at last. Darling, darling, come quickly.
Oh!
My Lady Primrose, why, I feared we had lost you forever. I feared the same, my dear.
Thank the gods!
Oh, but the heavens can be merciful.
So then,
Master Forsyth,
Mm-hmm.
You slept for 3 days and 3 nights.
But
I see. That terrible man, that Simeon fled town before we could do a thing. Whatever it does he hoped to accomplish by such monstrous deeds. Everything about the man is a mystery.
However...
I was, however, able to convince one of his lackeys to talk. They say he makes for the town of Everhold, in the mountains to the south of here. What business he has there, I cannot say.
I understand.
Then I know where I must go.
Farewell.
Would that I could join you there, but I am not as young as I once was, and I have a family that needs me. Be safe, my dear child, and may you find the answers you seek.
Thank you.
Master Forsyth. I will, and you will be, or you can be certain of that. Random doggo noises. And so Primrose left home behind once more, her ultimate goal finally in reach. Only one man, the leader of the Crows, remains to be dealt with. Yet, knowing his identity, each step she takes feels heavier than lead. The final act awaits her in Everhold in the Highlands, but will her tale come to a happy or tragic end? I don't know why we needed the dog noises during that, but okay. Whatever you want, game. Whatever you want. See the... Oh, I was walking past it. Smooth me. Okay, so how far south? It's a little south. No big deal. So I guess walk from Cobblestone to this? Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Since everyone has the same level requirement, might as well just do Prims right away. Yeah, cut the Puppet Master's strings.
Let my arrow fly.
Will we ever?
I will not be thy prey.
I'll not be defeated.
Come in, if thou darest. The hunt endeth.
Actually, I wonder if Wellspring would have been... Yeah, Wellspring might make more sense. Let's go to Wellspring. Alright, so from here we're going... Actually, yeah, I wouldn't have actually met up if we were going from Cobblestone without going this way. So we gotta go south and then take a right at the next crossroads. I guess we gotta find the southward way first. I guess this is it.
May I hold this dance? I am ready.
Come in, if thou darest.
the logical course of action? A tempest of light shall rage!
Actually, I should be using the scholar skills with Primrose.
I'll do my best. There!
Letting the hunt begin.
What is the Not bad. A passing grade.
Large Thunder Soul Sand. Nice. Oh, there's the chest hidden behind the sign. Cute.
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
What next?
Well then. Oh, sacred light!
I am ready.
Fire. Letting the hunt begin. Letting the hunt.
My turn now. Let your wounds be healed.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
Casual 9k to all of them.
Ends your lesson.
It's a purple chest. Purple chest, isn't it? God damn it. Alright, we're gonna go get Therian real quick.
Now, letting us hunt him.
A tempest of light shall rage!
Coming, if thou darest.
I am ready.
I'll not be defeated. Yeah. Well then. There!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
And nothing will fight more. You should have studied harder.
Letting us begin. Letting my arrow fly and true.
Well then.
An interesting dilemma.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
What is the logical course of action?
next? Let in the hunt. Thou didst fight with courage.
We'll teleport back. Save us the trip. We'll do it each time. That way.
I will battle.
What next?
My turn now.
Now, what next? You should have studied harder.
Oh wait, that can't be it.
Now, let us hunted.
This is a different area. Or it was further down, I think.
Come in, if thou darest.
Well then. May the sacred flame shine forth.
An interesting dilemma. Great wind. What is the logical course of action?
Let in the hunt begin.
My turn now. Let your wounds be healed.
What is the logical course of action? Nothing will quiet the storm. Not bad. A passing grade.
I will battle.
My turn.
Come in, if thou darest. Rain and arrows up on them.
Now, what next? A tempest of ice shall rage!
I'll not be defeated.
What next?
Get out of here.
Thus, ends your lesson.
There we go, that's what it does. Enlightening bracelet. Tell me more. Evasion plus 50. Eh. Maybe I'll find a use for that one. Evasion is one of those stats where it's hard to rate how good it is, because it's just like... Yeah, we're stacking up a couple hundred of it, but how much does it actually compare? Ifrit, it's going alright. We're helping our dancer assassinate people. I mean, what? Oops. Not Cyrus. Miriam. There we go. She's also very, very squishy. You know what? It's been a bit since, or we got ads coming up and I am running out of water, so why don't we let those play and I'll go refill my water and then we can trek onward. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. You not off for a bit? Are we up to the chapter 4s yet? Yep. We're headed towards Prim's. I guess we gotta take the east road. And that sign.
Now, letting us hunting. Letting my arrow flying true.
A tempest of ice shall rage!
I'll do my best. Let me heal you.
I am ready.
Ice, splinter and shard.
Letting my arrow flying true.
Chapter 4 soundtrack's supposed to get better? Okay, well. Look forward to that then.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
My turn now.
And nothing will fight. Thus ends your lesson.
Wait, we're heading to a place that's lower level? Question mark.
What next?
I'm gonna have to look at the map again after this.
I am ready.
Fire.
Now, what next? Now, what next? What is the logical course of action?
Coming, if thou darest.
Not dead yet, eh?
I am ready.
Fire.
You just needed a little nudge
I'll
for that
not be
backline to go
defeated.
down.
The flame guides us true.
Yeah, supposedly if it goes south from here, you can make it. Well, let's find the crossroad.
I've done my research on you.
I am ready.
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow flying true.
I'll not be defeated.
I am ready. The show is over.
So south from here. That's an interestingly placed chest.
Letting us beginning.
An interesting dilemma. A great inferno to scorch the land.
I am ready.
Lightning, strike true!
Letting my arrow flying true. Raining arrows up on me.
I'll do my best.
Now, nothing will quiet the storm. Thus ends your lesson.
Nice cat, Kirby. I think I see how I'm supposed to reach it, but I can't really be bothered to go all the way around like that. Alright, now we're in the dangerous stuff. I see a shrine?
Flame, protect us!
An interesting dilemma.
Oh, they really like these blinding mists, huh?
I am ready.
May the sacred flame shine forth!
I am ready.
They're probably weak to wind, so I guess we'll go for dagger to break this guy.
Raining arrows up on me.
What's this now? What's this now?
Yep, definitely weak.
Not bad.
You don't think that's enough blind? Totally. Lots of people prefer Battle 2 and Decisive Battle 2, and you disagree on both. I do enjoy this track a lot. We'll see what the boss track looks like. Okay, there's something underneath us. I'm gonna grab the town as a warp point first, and then we'll come back to look.
Now, letting us hunting. Letting my arrow flying true.
I am ready.
Lightning, strike true!
An interesting dilemma.
My turn now.
Now, what next?
I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow flying true.
Let's do
My
this.
turn now.
Now, what? A great inferno to the land. Not bad.
Yeah, bye-bye,
A
turtle.
passing grade.
Alright, good night, Chim. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. Okay, maybe this doesn't... This might not actually lead up to the town as readily as I thought.
Coming, if thou darest.
I am ready.
What is the logical course of action?
Let me heal you.
Now, what next?
Letting the hunt beginning.
I'll not be defeated. May the sacred flame shine forth.
I am ready.
Coming, if thou darest.
Well then. Let your wounds be healed.
Focus is
I am ready. The moonlight glows.
Ah, there it is. For the rats to be weak to dark is very weird, but sure.
Letting my arrow flying true.
Holding back nothing. I'll take what I need.
Hey, they dropped the AoE grape heals. Cool.
What next?
My turn now. Here I come! The flame guides us true.
Time to teach you a lesson. What is the logical course of action? Great wind.
What next? A torrent of arrows!
I am ready. The peacock struck.
I'll not be defeated.
An interesting. Nothing will. Not bad. A passing grade.
Alright, there is Everhold. Gonna hold off for a second here. Crimson Dagger. A lot less speed though. Soul Knife. For casting, I guess. Actually, yeah, that's a lot of elemental attack for a dagger. Silent Capes are all direct upgrades, the Grand Vests. So we can consider that, although I should shop around town first. See who Tressa can buy from you.
Hey! Hey!
And who are you? Well, no matter. Just don't try to upstage me, you'll only embarrass yourself. Oh, we can buy the AoE heals too now. Nice. Watto, give me a roll, any roll, and I shall deliver a perfect performance. My next star turn is that of Sakroth. Yes, the legendary knight, no less. But to play the man, I must know the man. Every little detail helps. Yet, alas, he is mentioned in only a few ancient passages, and described in none. What to do, what to do. Yeah. I mean... You know when I say a second, I mean a little more than that. So we want to buy the things. Assuming Tressa finds some good deals, anyway. The view from here is just beautiful. Take care not to lose your footing, though. It's a long way down. Primeval Rope. That's... Huh. So we'll have Elemental Defense and Max or SP. Trinity Sword. 222 attack and 100 speed. Yeah, it's a little better than the sword we have. What else is there for sale?
Well, you know.
Most of the travelers that come here do so to catch a show at our famed theater. Rainbow. I see. One night, I like the accuracy boost, but the blind component on the shadow bow has just been so good. Actually, I guess it's also accurate, but adds quite a bit more physical attack, I think. Yeah, it's double the physical attack despite also being a magic bow. Madness. Yeah, I doubt Therian would probably have like 20% chance to steal any of the good stuff, if that. 188. I think that's significantly worse than the one we have. This looks like an upgrade for Cyrus. Sorcerer's Robe. Angel Saber. Accuracy and puts the target to sleep. I might actually want that over the other sword if I do the upgrade. Oh, and we could get the Silent Cape on slight discount if we want to buy replacements for the Grand Vest. You heard I like elemental attack? No, who would say that? Stuffed toy and candy. Oh, woe is me! What has become of me? They'll hang me from the rafters! The highlight of my show is a grand fighting spectacle. The rabble always goes mad for it. But my star fencer has run off. The gods know for what reason, and without him, well... If the rabble don't get their bloody climax, there'll be hell to pay. But who else can possibly take the role? Stat boosters, you say?
Good day to you.
Welcome to the Everhold Amphitheater. I trust you're here to enjoy the show. This is actually a small town, surprisingly. Okay. Well, I think the bow is a walk-in. I'll miss the blind effect, but like doubling my physical or the physical attack it contributes is kind of huge. This also means I can pass off the shadow bow. What did you have again? You had the sword. Oh yeah, the primeval robe. Seems like a good thing to throw onto Ophelia. Yo, 5K discount. Oh right, we have one of these on Cyrus to begin with too. That's why it seemed kind of familiar. this person? Yeah, Sorcerer's Robe. Give up some SP for it, but 50 more elemental attack sounds kind of cool. I want to check against the Wisdom Staff too, but I think it's weaker than our Wizard's Rod. It's a lot weaker than our Wizard's Rod. Okay. There we go. Now our elemental attack is 818 with the Wizard Rod out. I guess we'll move the other Primeval over to Hanet. Actually, 35 SP is massive, considering her base is quite low. And then I guess we'll do the Saber and the Silent Cape. And the Cape can go to whoever's fourth. 5K discount, nice. Alright, well now that we spent half of our money, it's time to go out and find that shrine, see what it's all about. Yes, shrine.
Protect us!
You can also get Primrose a few levels so that she doesn't feel so squishy anymore.
Fire.
Let your wounds be healed.
What's this now? What's this now?
You'll be alright.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
I'll take what I need.
Now, what next? Nothing will. Thus ends your lesson.
So we have to figure out how to get south of here. What?
Letting my
That
arrow
was
fly
the
and
horrifying. This chubby Kate. ... I guess we have to break them before they flee.
An interesting dilemma.
There. I guess good luck with that without having
I'll not be defeated.
a billion accuracy stacked. One time in the practice room, we had a fun farming session of Kate's and bewildering Grace for the memes. I see.
I'll not be defeated.
No good. I am ready. The show is over.
I have not tried Bewildering Grace yet. No. Well, I guess I should be able to learn it soon. Like right now. Encore, you say? What is Encore? Once per battle, upon being incapacitated, you'll recover with 25% of your maximum HP. Oh. Nice. So that fixes her durability issue. Sort of. Not really, but we can pretend it does. Yeah, it's talking about how squishy she feels, but it's only a 25% chance, so we can't really count on it. It's more a disaster insurance, I guess.
There is no choice.
What next?
I am ready.
What is the logical course of action?
My turn now. Let me heal you.
Come in, if thou darest.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
I'll not be defeated.
Thus ends your lesson.
Effie miracle. Yes. The thing you never want to count on, but I guess it's there. Technically. That's weird. What is going on? Level 55? The tunnels? Really? That seems, problematic. So we'll just do that to mark it on our map and we'll come back a bit later, maybe? I'd rather find the shrine, although I didn't really see another path. So we might have to take that road to actually get to the shrine. Oh, no, there's something here?
I am ready.
Can't tell if it's actually anything or not yet.
Rain and arrows up on them.
Well then. Let your wounds be healed.
What's this now? Great wind. What's this now? Great wind.
Patience is such a funny skill.
My turn now.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
I'll take what I need.
Rip.
What's this? Nothing will.
Not bad. A passing grade.
Oh, yeah, there is something. I think we found it. The rune blade. With a danger level? Monka S. Yep, there are definitely enemies in here. Fantastic.
What next?
Ouch.
On your feet now.
Yes. Primrose just like, yep, I can do it.
Great inferno to scorch the land.
Well then.
I really don't like our odds here. I'm gonna try to flee. Yeah, encore actually happening. I have a feeling I might have to actually fight stuff for the rune blade this time.
Search on you.
This can only end well.
Letting the hunt begin.
What is the logical course of action?
Well, they're weak to the 3 basic weapon types.
On your feet now.
Wow, Prim, you, alright. I'm sorry I trash-talked Encore, I guess.
Let your wounds be healed. I'll do my best.
I am ready.
It might be... Yeah, I might have misread it too. Seems like it might just be a once per battle no matter what. It kind of feels that way anyway.
What next?
I'm gonna go back and read it after this fight.
Well then. May the sacred flame shine forth!
A great inferno! The land! What is the logical course of action? Not bad. A passing grade.
Yeah, it might be 25% HP. Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess it is guaranteed. Okay. Well, that's cool. $50K, just casually in a chest. Sus.
I will battle. I'll do my best.
Last time we encountered one of these things, it hit me for 3,000. I think I'm leaving. It's Blessing, yes. Slightly better than Blessing, I guess. Instead of 1 hit point, it's 25%.
I will battle.
Letting the hunt begin.
I'll do my best.
The peacock struck.
What is the logical course of action? A great inferno! The land! Now, what next?
Alright, we found that guy's weakness.
Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now.
An interesting dilemma. Thus ends your lesson.
It's gonna be really expensive if we need to use that to kill the enemies every time. Here's a save point, which is extra susso. Well, are we gonna just die to this guy? We'll see. Voice echoes in your head. Hail, traveler. I am Balogara, the Runeblade. Thou wouldst learn the lost secrets I hold? Then first, thou must prove thy worth. Who could have seen that coming? Divine Pellar swells before you.
I don't think this one will listen to reason.
Letting the hunt begin.
Weak to bow, though. Really?
Can't end like this.
Wow, okay. It's a little bit of damage, I guess.
What is the logical course of action?
Well then. I'll not be defeated.
What next?
Well then. Let me heal heal you.
Well, we didn't find a
I'm
weakness.
The peacock struck.
Well then.
Man, he's gonna get that double turn too.
Elfric, bring out the flame.
I am
Because
ready.
it is Dustin Simeon. Maybe a little more. Probably a lot more.
The mold.
Letting my arrow fly and true. First, weakening the prey.
Now, what next? My focus is unparalleled. A great inferno to scorch the land. A great inferno to scorch the land.
I'll do my best.
Basically barely scratched.
No, you will not. My turn now.
I am ready. The moonlight walks.
Coming, if thou holding back nothing.
Haha!
An interesting dilemma. A great inferno to scorch the land. A great inferno to scorch the land. What is the logical course of action?
Letting my arrow fly and true. First, weakening the prey.
I am ready. The mold.
Well then. Let me heal you.
I am ready.
We've done so much damage and it's not even put him in yellow yet, which is very
What
concerning.
next?
Considering he keeps increasing his break gauge by 2 every single time.
Interesting dilemma. Nothing will quiet the storm.
I'll do my best. My turn now.
What next? Holding back.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
What is the logical course of action?
I'll do my best. Here I go! Elfric, bringer of the flame!
I'm ready. The mold.
Come in, if thou darest. First, weaken in the prey.
My turn now.
Now the true lesson begins. Nothing will quiet the storm.
I am ready.
Not even yellow yet. Although it looks like 9 is the furthest it can go. Which is good.
The moonlight glows.
Let in my arrow.
Let your wounds be healed.
An interesting dilemma.
Oh, he swapped. Okay, let's see.
So much to learn. So much to learn.
Light, apparently. Ouch.
I am ready. Stay strong.
Oh, sacred light!
Nice double
Let in the
analyze.
hunt begin.
Why, thank you.
Raining arrows up on him.
Actually, him swapping was probably a mistake on his part, because leaves them up into like 5 to 8 hits on his break or on his shield.
Oh, sacred light!
Let in the hunt begin.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Let me heal you.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
Come in, if thou darest. First, weaken in the prey.
I am ready. The mold.
Here I go! Elfric, bringer of the flame!
What is the logic? Now the true lesson begins. Nothing will quiet the storm.
What's this?
Rude. Uh-oh.
My turn now.
Well, we got him down to yellow. I'm gonna do...
You'll be over it now.
Letting the hunt beginning. Raining arrows up on them.
An interesting dilemma. How about this?
I am ready.
Now, what next?
Come in, if thou darest. First, weakening the prey.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
What next?
An interesting...
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Well then,
Oh, not even quote, or not even red.
let me heal you.
The entire team is now left. Nice.
Like this.
I don't think I have anything that can cure. Yeah, I don't have anything that's like a mass cure for everyone.
Raining arrows up on them. Using this.
How about this?
It's probably not enough to survive a
Come in,
double
if
turn.
thou darest.
Yeah, patience the rescue, I guess.
Using this.
I still have
Finished.
Damn.
so much to learn.
Alright, we're not strong enough. Yes, Hiyoshi. He is indeed not a giant. Or he is indeed not a maid. We just picked up a bunch of equipment with extra elemental defense, too. But he uses every element, so it's not like I can put on an accessory that'll disable his damage. I'd be able to take him out with a better fourth character as a dancer. Yeah, maybe if I had Tressa instead. Although, that still doesn't give us... That doesn't give us enough durability to take 2 times 1600, though. Which is going to inevitably happen because he comes unstunned. Imagine if Cyrus's students saw the party of him and 3 other ladies. Yeah, I think our biggest problem is we don't have over 3,000 hit points here, because like I healed us the entire party to full before he double attacked us there. I could go do Primrose's story first. We don't have over 3,000 hit points. Primrose, 1701. Yep. Like, Ophelia is actually our tankiest person. And she doesn't even have that much. It's close, but not quite. Sure, I'm not sure if... I still have the physical to buff up, too. When he was doing that at the end there, because I had to stun to recover. So it might have worn off, even though I put it up for like 7 turns. I wish we had a town where I could just buy HP plus, like the HP plus 500 accessories, because I just go and buy 8 of those. Unfortunately, the The current town just has one that gets plus 50 evasion, which is unlikely to help us reliably here. So I might just go back to town for now and do Primrose's story and see about figuring things out afterward. Alternatively, I could go around trying to hit all the other cities and see if they've got better stuff for sale. It's theoretically not too far off the beaten path for most of these. And it's actually kind of weird that half of these are known areas for their final chapter. Yeah, let's move on with the story for now. I guess the alternative is if we can kill him before he gets to even do the double AoEs, but I think we need a little more firepower for that. Since it took like 4 barrages just to get him into yellow, which is not a good sign. In her hometown of Noblecourt, Primrose brought down the second of her sworn foes. There she was reunited with her childhood friend Simeon. He approached her tenderly, yet what he bore was the gift of pain. Simeon's scarf unraveled, grasped in Primrose's fingers as she fell, laying bare the mark of the foul crow on his neck. The friend she cherished so dearly was the last of her foes, the man who had brought death to her father and ruin to her family. What motives could the man have for his vile deeds? Primrose could not begin to imagine, but it mattered little, for her ultimate goal was clear. All would come to an end in Everhold. So this is the stage for the final act. Yep. She's still not ready to go yet. I fear it won't be a happy ending for you, Simeon.
What have we here?
Well, this is quite the mystery. What is, Professor? I'm puzzled as to why there's a theater here, of all places. They took it upon themselves to refurbish an old castle. But I just can't fathom why. All that time and effort. Does it matter? At this point, I don't think we should be surprised by anything they do. If you say so. In any case, we're in enemy territory now. We must proceed with caution. Certainly. Don't you fret about that, Professor. Oh, hey, it's the FF6 Opera House. Ah, but our special guest has arrived! Welcome, welcome! Truly, fortune smiles upon me this night. The curtain is about to rise. I trust you will enjoy the show before you go on your way.
Of course.
I own this theater. I come from time to time to enjoy the crowds and the ambience. Needless to say, I also penned the production we're putting on today. You know, it's real loud in this theater, so he has to just be, like, screaming from that balcony. It's the tale of a young noblewoman's life. Not a particularly original topic, to be sure, but nevertheless. I did write it for you, Primrose.
Lovely.
How touching. But I'm afraid I came for a different kind of show. Have you now? To have made it this far alive, it would seem you too have fortune on your side. Perhaps I do. But I think you will be feeling less fortunate when the night is over. Prepare to die, Simeon. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Such strong words. But I ask you, my dear Primrose, are you prepared for what awaits you? You have my deepest respect, Primrose. Truly, you do. It's not an easy road you have chosen, is it?
You're wrong.
I have only walked the path I had to walk.
Oh?
Oh ho now, is that so? This really is an awkward conversation. But enough prologue, let the show begin. Oh, hark unto the tale of a girl, pure and true, who in her all too fleeting life knew such misery as no one ever knew.
Oh!
Our daughter, our precious girl.
Thank the heavens.
She is healthy and whole. She has your look about her, my lord, and a cry as strong as your cry in battle. This is good. She will need to be strong indeed. For the future of our house will one day rest upon her shoulders. You ask much of a newborn babe. It is no wonder she cries so.
Quite right.
We will raise her to be a fine lady. Strong, kind, and just. One who will treat all she meets with respect and compassion.
Yes.
We will.
Hmm.
When she is a woman grown, we will fashion for her the finest suit of armor.
Oh.
And the finest gown as well. She must stand out in the ballroom as well as on the battlefield, after all.
Oh my.
Look, she smiled. Even in her smile, she takes after you, my lord. Yes, she will be a strong woman one day.
What?
What am I doing? I cannot let myself be distracted by this mockery. Travel banter in here,
What?
So this character's story in the play, it's mine, in nearly every detail. Just as I thought. What is this Simeon thinking? Whatever it is, it's awful, taking someone's memories and putting them up on the stage for all to see. It is, but he's a fool if he thinks I'm going to play by his script. He won't get his way. Good, and I'm going to be right by your side to make sure of it. Thank you, Ophelia. Upon my faith, it is good to have friends to lend me strength.
Oh.
Welcome to the theater, Pride of Everhold. Can I show you to your seat? Yeah, it's the one within stabbing distance of Simeon.
At your service.
This is the way to the second floor. Well, down is probably the opposite direction of where we want to go, which... Oh, I guess it's barred off. I was gonna say probably means treasure, but it could also just mean waist-high fence.
May I have this dance?
Letting my arrow fly and true.
An interesting dilemma.
There are these ice sentinels. Let's try fire.
Great inferno! Force the land!
Got him.
I'll not be defeated.
I am ready.
The thugs being weak to dark is really weird, but you know what? Whatever. Nice.
Letting the hunt beginning.
What is the logical... Not bad. A passing grade.
Oh good, Ethereum chest. My favorite. Okay, also blocked off.
I've done my research on you.
Letting the hunt beginning.
I am ready.
The peacock struck.
My turn now.
Now. Thus ends your lesson. I've done my research.
No, I wonder if any theater goers accidentally wander into these halls and get murdered.
Letting the hunt beginning.
What is the logical course of action?
I am ready.
Knighthood, bring your shade.
Well then. I'll not be defeated.
Letting the hunt beginning.
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of light shall rage!
I am ready.
Aha.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Holding back nothing.
What is the logical course of action? Not bad. A passing grade.
Okay, I want to get whatever's in that other room first.
Time to teach you a lesson.
Come in, if thou darest.
Still possible for them to be bow weak, but I'd be surprised if they were. Yeah.
Now, what next?
Well then.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
Letting the hunt begin.
I'll take what I need.
I am ready.
Well then. Let me heal you.
It overhealed to 4,000.
What is the logical
I guess
course of
that's something I could do too. If I wanted to buy overheal on everyone, we could overheal so that we could try to survive the rune nade. But I feel like that would be pretty sketch.
Thus ends your lesson.
May I have this dance?
Come in, if thou darest.
Well, great.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Now, what next? A great inferno scorches the land.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
What next?
What is the a great inferno scorches the land. Thus ends your lesson.
So soon. Large one at that. And 30k. Okay. It's worth trekking back for.
Settle this like gentlemen.
What next?
What is the logical course of action?
Guess we use Lance.
I'll not be defeated.
I am ready. Knighthood, bring your shade.
Letting the hunt begin.
I'll take what I need.
So an herb of healing.
An interesting. Great inferno the land. Thus ends your lesson.
Flame, protect us.
What next? Raining arrows up on them.
My turn now.
Rude.
I am ready.
I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Letting my arrow fly and true.
Well then. You'll be alright now.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
What is the... Thus ends your lesson.
Not quite enough for her ultimate, which I guess I never even looked at what this is. 3 turn skills performed by a single ally that usually targets one foe to affect all foes. Ah, okay, so this is the opposite of Scholar.
Now, letting us hunting.
Oh, ice, here's some proof.
Coming, if thou darest.
I am ready. Knighthood, bring your shade.
My turn now.
Now, what next? I could use a rest.
What next?
I'll take what I need.
I am ready.
White Soulstone, you say? Don't mind if I do.
The peacock struck.
Well then.
What is that? Thus ends your lesson.
Refreshing jam. Hooray.
Letting us beginning. What next?
No, Lind, you were supposed to sweep.
I am
It
ready.
was all set up for you.
Fire.
Ouch.
Oh, ice, here's some proof.
I'll do my best. Let me heal you.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Well then, let your wounds be healed.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
A great inferno. The land. Thus ends your lesson.
Letting us beginning.
The theater is also slightly better designed than basically every house we've come across. In terms of not looking crazy.
I'll not be defeated.
Letting the hunt beginning.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
Letting the hunt beginning. What next?
Not bad. A passing grade.
Ah, stealing from their kitchen. Take that, Simeon. We're in your fridge, stealing your foods.
I will battle.
Coming, if thou darest.
There we go. Free break on everyone.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
What is the logical cause?
Letting the hunt beginning.
I am ready.
What is that? Great inferno. The land. Thus ends your lesson.
An Inferno Amulet. Sounds like fire protection. That'd be cool if I could get, like, one of those, 4 of those for every element and somehow equip all of them.
Father?
Look at me!
Very good.
Why, however did you learn to dance so gracefully, my little lady? That's a great snort. I've been practicing for you, father.
I see.
Is that so? And you have scraped your knees. Show me. You have been practicing long and hard. This I can see.
Primrose.
Forgive me. For what, father?
Oh.
I've been too hard on you, my daughter. Burdened you overmuch with my expectations. Do not worry for me, father. I am strong. and I will do anything for the glory of House Hazelheart. That is what I believe in, my reason for being. You are a strong girl, Primrose. You do our family proud. But someday you must find a cause of your own. A cause that will bring you happiness. I will always love you, Primrose.
Father.
Enough of this. I must keep moving. Weird, there's guys up here too. How is it that all these people made it up here without being murdered by all of those monsters? The west stairs lead to the first 4 seats. The east stairs are reserved for our most distinguished guests.
Hello.
Please be quiet while they're in the theater. Wow, we're still not at the boss battle yet. That is really unusual for this game. Usually the dungeons aren't this long. But I guess it is what looks to be the finale chapter for Primrose. Sort of makes sense for them to extend it a bit.
Come in, if thou darest.
I am ready. The moonlight glows.
Well then.
Let the hunt begin.
I'll not be defeated. Let me heal you.
An interesting dilemma.
A great inferno in the land.
Thus ends your lesson.
Okay, I guess 6.5k is enough to just kill them outright. Which is good to know. There are no other stairs on this side, so we probably loop around at the top of those other stairs.
Let my arrow fly and true. I will not be thy prey.
Rude.
An interesting dilemma.
I am ready. Fire.
Well then.
What next?
What is the logical...
A great inferno in the land.
You should have studied harder.
Hooray, more levels! Or... Well, that's weird. Unless... yeah, it looks like it's gonna keep looping me around, so maybe we do just get there from here. Father, no! Why did you have to die? Why did you leave me? Oh, woe is me! However am I to go on without you? I have only done as my convictions bade me do. I have no regrets.
Oh,
I thought you might say something like that. You're making this delightfully easy. Father. You took my father from me.
I'll not forgive this.
And for that, Simeon, you will pay. Oh, father. Little lady, why do you cry so? No matter how dark the night, look to the stars and carry hope in your heart.
You are...
Who are you? A huge fake. I'm coming for you, Simeon. My journey is nearly over. It all ends tonight.
Primrose.
Thou must be calm, Primrose. But Oh, I'm not fooling you, am I? Is it so obvious? I understand thy feelings. It is a shameful thing to mock in another's life for entertainment. Yet, such a thing he dareth to doin, I would that he pain for his wickedness. Of course, I will yield unto thee the final blow, but ere that, I would land a few of mine own. Did I say in something funny? How angry you're getting on my behalf. It's quite charming, really. Why should I not? We are in comrades, nay, friends. Friends, yes, I suppose we are. Ah. Nothing like bonding over, being the shit out of someone.
Flame, protect us!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
No, Lynn. Sweep, not pounce.
My turn now.
I am ready. Knighthood, bring your shade.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Coming.
Well then.
Now. A great inferno. The land. Thus ends your lesson.
I knew it.
May I have this dance?
Letting the hunt beginning.
There we go. Sealand. It's also easy if you do that.
What is the logical course of action? A great inferno. The land.
I'll not be defeated.
I am ready. Fire.
Letting the hunt beginning.
I am
am ready.
Well then.
What is that? Great inferno! The land. Not bad. A passing grade.
Empty room, though. Revitalizing jam. Okay. Sure. That's worth a detour, considering how strong jams are.
Time to teach you a lesson.
Come in, if thou darest.
Now, what next? Oh, flames, rage strong!
I am ready.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
What next?
Now, a great inferno! The land. Not bad. A passing grade.
There we go. Finally. Simeon.
Shush!
Would you be so kind as to not interrupt? This is one of my favorite scenes, you know. Perhaps you'd care to watch it with me? I saved the best seat in the house for you.
No.
I'll stand. You know what I've come to do.
Come now.
Now, let's not rush things. I invited you for a reason.
That's...
Invited me? You tried to kill me. I took care to stab you in just the right place so you could have lived or died. It's the uncertainty that makes for true drama, you see. If you had died, the play would have ended. But if you lived, then the next act could begin. I would have been satisfied with either outcome, of course, or any number of ways to end a tale. But live you did, and now you have dutifully taken the stage to play out your role in this tragedy. Simeon seems like such a friend. Oh yeah. He set it up just so she can have her revenge. How sweet. Such a delightful show. Let's not lower the curtain yet, hmm? Must you look at me with such a face? Are you too not an art of sorts? Surely you can appreciate the beauty in this. All the suffering, the pain that humans are capable of feeling, condensed into a few brief, yet sumptuous hours. Theater is life, and life is theater. Surely you can see this, yes? Your life was a beautiful tragedy from the moment you were brought into this world as a squalling babe. How many times in your life have you felt blessed to be here? When has life ever seemed a gift? This world is nothing but pain, nigh beyond the point of bearing. Constant, inescapable darkness. I will tell you the only joy I have found in life. Being a, sociopath? Watching the lives of others fall apart. Yeah, being a sociopath. The sweet fantasies that people imagine their existences to be inevitably crack, then shatter to pieces. And I savor the tragedy of each and every downfall, because oh, it is delicious. Actually, we're full sadists now. The one moment, that glorious instant when I see a man, a woman lose all hope, that is the only time I truly feel alive. Do you understand now, Primrose? Your love for your father, and his for you, it was a beautiful, fleeting thing. But it was all the more beautiful to see it all come apart.
That's right.
Thank you, Primrose, for inspiring me so. You have lived all this time for the sake of your revenge. You clipped the left of my wings. And then the right. And now you stand before me, your true foe. But do you not find yourself wondering what your father would say if he could see you now?
Do you truly believe this is what he would have wanted for you? To throw away all your hopes and dreams for the sake of revenge?
My father is gone.
I don't think he'd be happy at all. I think he'd say this. Live not for me, for I am dead and gone. You must find your own happiness.
Maybe we should put him out of his misery. We should.
Father.
Primrose, will you dance for me once more? I wish to burn the sight of you into my memories, that it shall never fade.
Yes, Father.
She will need to be strong, indeed. For the future of our house will one day rest upon her shoulders.
You haven't forgotten your debts now, have you? You haven't forgotten who owns you. It's a shame, Primrose. You were always my favorite.
Quite the dancer yourself, in the end.
And I know that, deep down, you have a good heart.
Primrose, you must find that faith in yourself.
I will send you to your father's side.
Now two remain.
Lady Primrose, what do you believe in?
She will be strong. We will raise her to be a fine lady, strong, kind, and just.
Yes. It reminds me of the fire in your father's eyes when he faced his end.
This man should not live a moment longer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard that you were looking around for my friend here. And you know what they say about birds of a feather. Oh, the tragedy! It moves me to the depths of my soul!
But someday you must find a cause of your own.
Not sure if we needed the full set of
A cause
flashbacks
that will
here.
bring you happiness. I will always love you, Primrose.
What has this all been for? But no. Father would understand. And this This will be the end of it. When I plunge this dagger into your breast, it will all be over. I will finish this.
Perfect. Yes, just perfect. The depths of emotion that burn in those eyes. That is the girl I fell in love with so many years ago. A woman truly worthy of my genius. Now, come to me, Primrose.
You have a very twisted sense of love.
And let me bring this beautiful tragedy to a close.
Time for the main event.
Letting my arrow fly and true. A torrent of arrows!
Alright, damn, no one's bow weak.
I am ready.
Well, chances are someone is at least dark weak.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
Alright, Simeon himself.
An interesting dilemma.
I like how, the attack names are all garbled.
Great inferno to scorch.
Ah, there we go.
My turn now. Let me heal you.
What is the logical course of action? A great inferno to scorch the land.
What next? The fire is my friend.
What is the logical course of action?
Alright, Simeon is not weak to ice. He's almost assuredly weak to dagger.
I am ready.
Or no, I guess because he's weak to dark, he wasn't guaranteed to be weak to dagger, but whatever works, I guess.
Well then.
Alright, dude's weak to axe. Ow.
Like this. On your feet now.
Enemy damage output is a bit much right now.
My turn now. Bring about a miracle of healing.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Could gamble on the knife. Actually, because we do have a turn in between to get this guy. So let's see if knives... Knives or swords? I'm gonna put it on swords. Got her.
Letting the hunt beginning.
My
am ready.
What next? What next?
I mean, it doesn't make a very good giant maid. No, he doesn't. Rude.
What next?
I haven't tried lightning yet, I guess.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Nope.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
My turn now. Let me heal you.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Probably wind. Because it's not bows. And it's not any of the 3 elements, so yeah, it's gotta be wind. Well, I guess it could be light too? Let's see.
Oh, sacred light!
Nope, it's not light.
I am ready.
So it's wind.
The peacock struck.
I'll not be defeated.
Hey, Tail Saga. Actually, wait, we haven't tried hitting him with staves. It could be staves. Alright, it's
Letting
staves.
the hunt beginning. Making it defenseless.
Now, what next?
Sure, let's see. Now we'll have a chance to build this back up.
A great inferno to scorch the land.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Well then.
Letting the hunt beginning.
I am ready.
Well then.
An interesting dilemma. A great inferno to scorch the land.
I'll not be defeated. Prepare yourself! Elfric, bringer of the flame!
Letting my arrow fly and true. Making it defenseless.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Here, stopping, not now.
What is the logical course of action?
Great inferno to scorch the land! Great inferno to scorch the land!
My turn now.
It's just about done for.
Sorcery.
Holding back nothing.
My turn now.
I am ready.
An interesting dilemma.
Great inferno to scorch the land! Great inferno to scorch the land!
Not quite enough yet, huh?
Interesting dilemma.
But what if we got an extra turn with another double cast? Whoops, you're dead.
Thus ends your lesson.
Physical belt. Hmm.
No! No, something's not right. This isn't enough. Not yet! We still haven't seen the full depths of the darkness inside you. Show me more, Primrose! Show me the darkest shadow in your heart! You hate this, don't you? You are full of regrets!
I regret nothing.
Foolish girl! You think your father would be proud to see you like this?
Truly the flamebringer of all time, yes.
Bloodying your precious family heirloom for petty revenge? Tell me, have you even visited your father's grave?
No. First, I must do what must be done. When I can look him in the eye and tell him he is avenged, then and only then will I go.
My poor little Primrose. How you lie to yourself so. Can't you see that you're running away? You can't bear to face your father, to show him your blood-stained hands. This was never about avenging your father, was it? You were simply trying to fill the emptiness in your heart. But you couldn't accept that, so you twisted your memories of your father beyond recognition, until you convinced yourself that he would want this. It's true, isn't it?
You speak nonsense.
How did it feel when you killed my men? Did that fill the hole in your heart even a tiny little bit?
Enough! Shut up!
You can admit it, Primrose. You don't need to be strong anymore.
Stop it! Just stop. You have no place in my heart any longer. Father. Can I tell you something, Father? Something I've never told anyone before. The truth is, I hated it. I hated my life without you. I hated the loneliness. I hated not having you by my side. But it's almost over now. Please, Father. Forgive me.
Come now, Primrose, it's okay. Abandon this madness, my dear girl. You don't need to lie to yourself any longer. That hard look on your face doesn't suit you. You know you were made for softer things.
I am Lady Primrose of House Azelhart. And I swear on my ancestors' name, and on my father's blade, I will not lose faith. My faith shall be my shield against you!
Hazen Booba. No Summer Felix this year. He'll just have to be happy in his Santa outfit.
Time for the main event.
Ooh, phase 2. Well
I'll
done.
do my best.
Let's see. Nope, okay.
An interesting dilemma.
He's getting a lot of turns.
How about this?
This will help it.
I am ready.
Okay, so he's only vulnerable to knife. I
Let
kind
the
of
hunt
wondered if that
begin.
might be the case.
My turn now. Bring about a miracle of healing.
Come in, if thou darest.
I don't think so.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
You always do Bernie with Goldmary's best friend forever. Oh dear.
What next? First, weaken in the fray.
My turn now.
He's still spell buff though, which could be a problem.
Please, protect us.
I am ready. The Panther Dance.
What is the logical course of action?
Focus is on.
What's this? What's this now?
Well then. You'll be all right now.
No good.
Alright, he's weak to swords.
No good. How about this?
What is the logical course of action? A great inferno to scorch
Alright, he's
the
weak to
land.
fire. Good.
My turn now. Let me heal you.
What is the logical course of action? A great inferno to scorch the land.
I am ready. You like that? Like this. On your feet now.
Well then. Here I go! Elfric, bring out the flame! My turn now. Bring about a miracle of healing!
I am ready. Stay strong.
Well then. You'll be alright now.
What is the logical? Now the true lesson.
Here it comes.
Great inferno to scorch the land. A tempest of ice shall rage. A tempest of ice shall rage.
What's this? Letting my arrow fly and true.
No good.
Alright, he made a mistake by making that switch.
How about this?
I'll do my best. You'll be alright now.
What is the logical course of action? A great inferno to scorch the land.
What next? Rain and arrows up on me.
I am ready. The peacock struck.
I'll do my best.
And
Let
axe
my
weight,
arrow
nice.
fly and true.
Now, what next?
My turn now. Prepare yourself! Elfric, bring out the flame!
Letting my arrow fly and true. Using this.
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of ice shall rage.
There we go.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
I'll do my best.
This should help.
I am ready. The Panther Dance.
Come in, if thou darest.
He's really close to dead, too. Question is, how close?
First, weaken in the prey.
What's this? Ah!
What's this now?
No good.
My turn now. My turn now. You'll be all right now.
No good. How about this?
Not quite. Nice try.
No good. You like that?
My turn now.
An interesting dilemma. A great inferno to scorch the land.
Too bad, so sad.
No good.
Great inferno to scorch the
There we
land.
go. Get out of here.
You should have studied harder.
Bravo. Oh, bravo.
You know, I just realized I didn't look at any of the gear I got from winning this fight or the one in the previous chapter.
I have seen the full depths of your heart. It was more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. And now, for our climax. Come, Primrose, and plunge your precious dagger into my breast. Every show must come to an end, Primrose. It is time to lower the curtain. And when the moon waxes full and bright in dark heaven, and stars glitter worlds away from earthly sorrow, would that sleep hold you in her soft embrace. Then shall my eyes close, lips open in prayer, for it is only in dreams that we may meet again.
Goodbye, Simeon.
Yes, Umber!
The answer is yes. I'm so happy, my love. My heart is free of all doubts. Let us never be apart again. Never again.
Father, at long last I can face you again. I did as you always taught me, Father. I found a cause I could truly believe in, and I kept my faith. Since the day that you were taken from me, I swore I would avenge you. And avenge you I did. And yet, even now that my long journey has ended, and I have done all that I set out to do, why? Why does my heart still ache with this hollow pain? What am I supposed to believe in now? What cause will carry me on from here?
Friendship.
But this is something I must find for myself. And until I do, I will keep dancing.
Primrose Pin. Oh, I had to press cancel, that's why. It's like, why is OK not working? Because OK is not what they want me to press. We did it! We killed crazy psycho dude who thought love was suffering. I guess we'll flip Tress in and make our way over toward Onnit's. Oh wait, we need to take our equipment back from Primrose. Ah, Vendetta Coat. That's the other thing. So this thing gives... Wow, a ton of max HP. That could be part of our solution here for the Runeblade guy. We're gonna have to find some Yeah, I think we might have to find accessories for plus HP for Cyrus, so... Otherwise, he's just gonna get destroyed every time. And we can't really afford to keep having everyone get knocked out, or even someone get knocked out every time he recovers. Especially since we lose our BP for getting KO'd. Base stories I still need to finish. That was our first one, so we have 7 more. So I guess we go back to Wellspring and head south. Oh wait. Just realized we need to go back to Everhold real quick. Because it teleported me back to Noble Court, but there's a chest to get. Hopefully something good. Maybe an accessory that gets plus HP. That'd be nice. Which door was it? Aha. Easy. Ethereal Dancer Garb. Okay. Wonder if... it's less elemental defense, so... Physical defense is nice, but... Yeah, I don't think I want to put this on, unfortunately. It's a pretty good piece of equipment, just not what we were looking for.
Hunted.
I'll do my best.
What next?
It's my turn now. My turn now. I'll do my best.
Letting my arrow fly.
And a tempest of ice shall rage. Not bad. A passing grade.
Yeah, it looks like we're on track. I also see another shrine. Could look into that to see if maybe that one's more manageable.
Now, letting us hunting. Letting my arrow fly and true.
I'll do my best.
Ouch.
Let me heal you. What to do? Peacock's rush.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
What next?
An interesting dilemma. A tempest of ice shall rage. Not bad. A passing grade.
Wait, that's a dungeon, not a shrine. Less interested in that. Although I guess there could be
Letting us
good
begin.
treasure in there, depending.
Well then.
An interesting dilemma. A tempest of ice shall rage.
Letting the hunt beginning.
My turn now.
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Now, what next?
Let's do this. Well then.
What next?
My turn now.
An interesting dilemma. Not bad. A passing grade.
Ready or not, here I come.
Raining arrows up on me.
What's this?
Well then. Let me heal you.
What's this now? A tempest of ice shall reign! What's this now? Nothing will fight
There we go. Found the front guy's vulnerability.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
My turn now.
Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now. You'll be all right now.
An interesting dilemma. Ah! Nothing will fight
There you go. Get out of here,
Thus
jerks.
ends your lesson.
I like how we fought those guys right on the doorstep here. Alright, first things first, we're gonna shop around.
How fare thee?
My son is a true scholar, just like me. He's terribly clever, but sometimes he does talk such nonsense. Recently, all he does is mutter about a city made of gold. I don't know where he gets these fantastical ideas from.
Why, hi.
Oops.
Why, hi.
This is Marcelum, the capital and largest town in these dry sunlands.
Greetings.
I've lived my whole life till now, enjoying every pleasure to be had in this land. I've seen every beautiful work of art, listened to the best orchestras, tasted the finest meals. Yet, of late, I find myself wearying of such things. Is there nothing left for me to discover in this world? There must be something that no one has ever seen yet. I cannot be finished yet. Oh yeah, there was... I think I picked a... yeah, physical belt. Nice. It's a pretty good item. 65 physical attack and 50 physical defense. Only thing is, I don't know if I want to put it on anyone right now. I'm a swordsman working as this good lord's bodyguard. The name's Yuri. Why are you bothering me? Looking for a deal. Dragon Saber. Dragon Steel Armor. Ah, okay. The only thing is I don't like it not having mixed defense, because and as soon as we face something that does magic, we're gonna get exploded.
Greetings.
Yuri there. That fellow beside the royal SWAT is an amazing swordsman. If you believe the tales, he's even good enough to stand equal with those two, the twin blades of Hornburg. Anyway, I can at least say for myself that I've never seen Yuri defeated in battle.
Hello.
My husband comes from a small village called Orwell. When he left home, he fought with his mother. I don't think he'll ever return, not of his own accord, leastwise. I worry for him. 'Tis a long time to hold a grudge, especially against your own mother.
Greetings.
Just go north down this road. See there? You can go, you can see the entrance to the Marcelum Palace.
Hello there.
I'm thoroughly occupied recently with studying the legends of a certain city. Though I don't suppose you'd care. This is the stronghold of the Knights Ardent. You will find Lady Eliza here most days. Plus 80 SP. Well, it's not bad. So I've got bracelet on Cyrus. I'm gonna buy it. With a 6,000 discount, nice. Alright, so I guess that's where we're gonna go to talk to Eliza once we actually start on its thing. Graviton Axe. Yeah, I think the bow we bought is a little better than this stuff.
Hello?
The people of Marcelum are indebted to the Order of the Flame. The Knights Ardent are often stationed here. For only 3,000? Sure, we'll buy these. Need something? Inferno Axe. I see. Not bad. If I were shopping for a new axe, I would probably grab this, but we've gotten quite a few good ones from completing story stuff. Okay, I guess maybe there is where we'd meet Eliza.
Hello?
This is Marcelum Palace. Proceed upstairs to the Royal Audience Chamber. Go south from the palace and you reach the town. We keep finding every stat that isn't HP.
Indeed.
On the left of the ground floor is the jail. I keep watch over the prisoners. Can't have any of those ne'er-do-wells escaping now. Now, speaking of Gargantuan Axe. No, wait, that was Graviton. I think that's a bit stronger than the Graviton.
Hi-ho!
I'm a knight in service of this realm. The role was not gifted to me. I sacrificed much to become a man that stands before you. Never again will anyone call me a lily-livered ass who will amount to nothing. Good for you.
Listen.
Please, stranger, would you listen to a request from a prisoner who is shortly to be put to death? I once had a woman I loved, a woman called Lara. I suppose her name means nothing to you, but before I die, I need to know whatever happened to her, please. Prisoner with countless regrets, which he mutters softly to himself over and over again. Truly a wretched sight. Rip. Dude, most intriguing. No. You don't talk that way about people, Cyrus. Eye houses armor. Well, we just robbed the palace. Oh, enchanted circlet, that's what it was. Slightly reduces fire damage taken, I see. Well, we got a circlet upgrade. I'm not sure if I want to wear the high hazards armor. I guess it's still got nominal elemental defense. But I think if I were going for a split, I'd probably just go for the Ethereal Dancer garb. Or like a more even split.
High hope!
All of King Kalim's subjects revering him.
How'd you do?
The royal audience chamber is beyond. If you would seek His Majesty's counsel, pray enter. Barcelona Palace is not the place for such dealings. Always looking for a bargain. Ah, we need Therian for this one. That's both funny and annoying. Alright, we'll have to grab Therian and come back in here. It looks like we got all the gear shopping we're gonna want to do done. Say, man, this place doesn't even sell accessories. Feels bad. Also, did I? I'm not sure if I found the bar, but it's gotta be here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Tempest Amulet. Ah, okay. Yeah. We might find a use for it. Yeah, I guess it really does look like there's no other shrine here. Because this showed as the dungeon. And there's no other paths really, so unless it's on a different screen, then there's probably not one in this region. Because like this one, even though it was a bit hidden, it still showed me the icon as soon as I entered the area. Alright, we have ads coming up, so what I'm gonna do is go refill my water, and then we will begin on its finale, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. So there's one more thing I want to do before we start that. I'm gonna grab... Wow, they actually don't have every type of status element healing here. Well, I'll grab a bunch of what they do stock. Just so I'm not completely relying on Rehabilitate, especially since it's non-AoE. But, like, the fact that it protects against it for 2 turns afterward, too, is what makes it way more attractive than using items. Just wish... I wish I could AoE it without needing to use the Dancer ult, basically. Okay. Let us begin. Let us be hunting the Red-Eye. In Still Snow, Hana did meet with the seer Susanna, who told her of a plant that could protect her from Red-Eye's fell curse. Never did she expect to find a dragon in those dark woods. Very few hunters in history have felt such a beast, but Hana now stands among them. Now I can finally face Red-Eye and bring Master back. When leaving the village, she was met by one of Eliza's men, who told her where she might find the fiend. Now the die is cast. Ready to face her fate, she journeys to Marsalam, Jewel of the Desert.
Here.
So, this is Marsalam. Eliza must be somewhere here.
I see.
Too hot for thee, girl? I cannot blame thee. The sun is merciless, even without a coat of fur. But thou shalt stay by my side. Thou art a stalwart friend, Lind. Come in, let us find Eliza, and then some shade. We made it! Water! I need water! His heat is killing me! But I guess this is all my fault. I should have stocked up on water. Tis not that bad. Stay in thy whimpering. It's just, I'm not used to this. I'm a merchant, not a strong hunter like you. Hearest thou Linda complaining? I'm not a giant leopard either. There, Tressa, thou art a good girl. It will have been alright. Meow? What?
Mayhap.
Pray pardon me, milady, but are you Hanat of the Darkwood?
Just so.
I am. I have come to meet in with Eliza.
Of course.
Ah, splendid. We have fair been awaiting your arrival. Please, come with me. Begging your pardon, Lady Eliza, but Hanat the Huntress has arrived.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Sergeant.
Hanat.
'Tis good to see you again, my friend. Pray, tell me of your quest. Have you found a way to cure Zonta?
Yes.
I have. The curse can be broken, but only by slaying the monster that caused it. Then all is not lost, for we have found the beast. It lurks in an ancient ruin to the west of here. The locals call it Grimsand. And yet, how do you mean to defeat Red-Eye? Even Zonta himself was no match for the fiend.
If thou wilt.
I found a way to protect myself from its curse.
Excellent.
Truly, then we may have cause for hope after all.
I am ready.
I will leave for the ruins at once.
I think not.
Wait, Hanat. There's one more thing you should know. When Red-Eye entered the ruins, many of the monsters that once lived there fled before it. They began to roam the surface, threatening travelers and farmers alike. General Lenaro led the city guard into the sands to drive them off. And they have yet to return. The plan was to march toward the ruins and dispatch any monsters roaming the surface. I scarce imagined they would venture within, but not even Zonta was the equal of the beast. No matter how many men he marches with, General Lenar cannot hope to defeat it. Then let us pray that he did not findeth it. Meanwhile, in the Grimsand ruins, he did exactly that! Oh no! Heaven save us, my legs turned to stone! God's teeth, this cannot be. This is a massacre! Fall back, I say! Captain Ruff, get the men to safety! But sir!
Listen up!
I'll keep the beast busy.
Damnation!
You must not, sir, not alone, let me.
Oi!
You have your orders, Captain, go! Yes, sir. Well, rip them. Huh. Have you heard? The hunting party has returned.
Oh.
It has been some time, has it not? Indeed, I fear the worst. The soldiers that marched against the monsters, they have returned. And yet, what is this bodeful mood that pervadeth the air? Elio, where's my Elio? Why are they back now? I saw monsters roaming in scores around the ruins just this morn. Ugh. It's only a matter of time before they reach the town. Father's dead. Say it's not so.
So then...
So the battle is lost.
Indeed.
Ah, Hanat, there you are. We make for the palaces to discuss our next move. This is Captain Roth. He says the regiment was nearly annihilated. You must be the apprentice of the great hunter Zonta. Many of my men died today. I cannot let their sacrifice be in vain. We shall rearm, re-equip, and do whatever is required to bring down that god's damned fiend.
Could you?
Pray, lend us your aid.
Yes.
Of course. 'Tis why I'm here.
I am most pleased to see you return safe, Captain.
I fear there is no pleasure in it for me, Your Highness. I fled like a coward.
You did your duty, Captain. Without you to bring us word of what happened, we would be all but doomed. Now, we would hear your report.
By your leave, Your Majesty. There were packs of monsters roaming in the vicinity of the ruins. The men fought bravely and succeeded in culling their numbers. Emboldened, we dared to venture into the ruins themselves. 'Twas there that red-eyed beast came upon us. A ferocious creature of a size and strength I've not seen. But that was not the worst of it. Oh no.
Any soldier that met its blood-red gaze was turned to stone. Living statues, insensible to all around them.
Tell me one thing, Captain.
Your Highness?
Did these men fight bravely to the end?
Every one.
I see. That will be all, Captain.
Sounds like Goldberg's voice actor.
However, this matter is not over. Our fallen men must be avenged.
Begging your Highness's leave, we can do better than revenge. If the Red-Eye Beast itself is slain, your men will be released from its curse.
Is this true?
But you heard yourself. This fiend wields terrible powers. What hope have we of slaying it when a single glance invites certain doom?
I can protect myself from the petrification. By your leave, I shall fight the beast alone.
Can you defeat it?
I swear on my life. I will bring the beast down and free your men from its baleful curse.
What is your name, girl?
I am called Hamit.
Hamit, I see the glitter of steel in your eye. Resolve and strength in equal measure. Each time a menace has been visited upon this realm of mine, a hero with the same steel in their eye has stepped forward to save it. This time, you will be that hero for us.
By your leave, I shall take the rest of the men and drive off the monsters outside the ruins.
The Knights Ardent shall sally with you.
We shall escort Hanit safely to the entrance.
Very good. Hanit, slay this beast and return safely to us.
I shall.
Hanit.
We may yet succeed, Hanit. Now we have the might of a whole city behind us. King Kaleem is a forthright man. He looked me square in the eye and entrusted me with the future of his realm. It is the mark of a great leader to have the courage to make difficult choices. Courage, nay. Wisdom, I say. The wisdom to look into a young woman's heart and see the strength and resolve within.
Well, well.
Lowly hunter though I am. These are good people, with a good king. They deserve my help as much as anyone in this world.
Indeed.
Out here in the desert, people must work hard to save every drop of water they find. They learn that they must work together and share their fortunes and burdens alike. They must trust each other and work as one, or die. The harsh sands have shaped them into loyal, generous, and honest folk.
I see.
Then it would behoove me ill to letten them down. 'Tis as Master always saith, betrayest not the trust of others, lest thou betrayest thine own honor.
Well said.
Wise words. Prevail, and you will save not only your master, but a king and his people. Yes, I will not rest until this red eye is slain. The battle will not be an easy one. Steel yourself as best you can and speak to me when you are ready. Yeah, I guess we'll just make a separate save real quick, but... Most of these after Chapter 1 have not really walked me into anything, so... we should be able to... resupply and rearm if we need to, if it turns out to be an issue, but I hope it won't be. Especially since we got Primrose's fairly easily overall.
Listen up!
Shoulder to shoulder, men! Herd him in!
Sir!
Stand firm! Give as good as you got!
Knights are done!
Form a cordon around Hanet!
To arms!
With me, we'll carve a path through to the ruins! Charge!
Charge!
The way is open! Drive through! Protect Hanet!
Come on!
Godspeed, Huntress!
Fair it be.
Aye, thou hast my gratitude!
To arms!
Now, let's finish off these beasts! For the king! For Marsalam!
Let none escape!
For Marsalam!
Leave it to me.
Leave this to us! We shall not lose this battle! Take care, Hanet, and may your arrows fly true.
I am ready.
So Red Eye hideth in these ruins.
This bodeth ill.
Thou feelest it too, eh, girl? A grim pall hangeth in the air. Danger lurketh ahead, though we cannot see in its form. Let us tread carefully here. Is this the part where we find Aura? Aura or the Kia staff?
Can't we settle this like gentlemen? A tempest of ice shall rage!
Letting the hunt beginning.
Gotcha.
What to do? The winds of fortune are howling. Well then, let your wounds be healed.
What is the logical course of action? I could use a rest.
I'll not be defeated.
What next? Letting the hunt begin.
Here I go!
What is the logic? Not bad. A passing grade.
I will battle.
Letting the hunt beginning.
Looks like they're probably Sword and Lance weak? Yeah, there can't be anything else. Although Lyn probably won't try to AoE unless I actually reveal the sword weakness.
I'll do my best. No, you will not.
Let's do this!
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of ice shall rage! An interesting dilemma. Great inferno to the land!
I'll not be defeated. Let me heal you.
What next?
My turn now!
What is the logical course?
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Here I go! How is that?
I do enjoy seeing Tressa trash stuff with physical attacks. There's like a way to sneak in here, but there's not anything for it. I feel ripped off.
I will battle. I'll do my best.
Come in, if thou darest.
A tempest of ice shall rage!
Here I go!
What next?
I hate these brigand bones have so much strength. Jeez.
Well then. Let your wounds be healed.
Let's do this! Peacock's thrust!
Not bad. A passing grade.
Can't believe I forgot to buy that for her. What does she have for equipped? You know what I should do? Should get her patience. I guess Hang Tough could be a way to get around the Runeblade thing too. If I learn it with everyone. I might consider doing that after this if I don't get equipment that helps me enough. There we go. That should streamline things a bit. Okay, that's further down. There's definitely still treasure to be had.
Teach you a lesson.
Letting the hunt begin.
Let's do this!
Now, what next?
My turn now. Let your wounds be healed.
Letting the hunt begin.
What to do?
Letting the hunt begin.
An interesting. Nothing will find
My turn now. Let me heal you.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
That was actually a really weak attack comparatively.
I honor thee, my quarry.
It's one of those things that looks impressive, and then doesn't do anything. Compared to their basic attack being quite devastating.
Step right up. My turn now. Ha! What to do?
Letting the hunt begin.
Now, what next? Oh, flames! Rain! Wrong!
Here I go. Thank you.
Collected 1,600.
I'll do my best.
I see.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I'll take what I need.
Ooh, large olive of life. I will definitely take that.
What is Not bad. A passing grade. teach you a lesson.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Here I go! The winds of force are howling.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
Well then.
I could use a rest.
What next?
Nothing will
My turn now!
My turn now.
What next?
I'll take what I need.
What next? The hunt endeth.
Aha. Calming Sin. Okay.
There is no choice.
What next?
An interesting dilemma. A tempest of ice shall rage.
Here I go! The winds of force are howling.
My turn now.
An interesting dilemma. I could use a rest.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Letting the hunt beginning.
Now. Nothing will. Thus ends your lesson.
Well, if we come up against terror as well, we're getting more than our fair share of anti-terror drops. Two different ways down. Actually, is this a third?
Flame, protect us.
Wow, 3 old tunnels. That's...
What next?
Not sure how to feel about that.
I'll do my best. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Let's do this!
An interesting dilemma. I could use a rest.
Letting the hunt begin.
What is the logic? Not bad. A passing grade.
Yeah, we're getting some pretty good drops out of this. I'm gonna do... I'm just gonna go back to the top. Because we've, like, managed to walk past every other branch up there.
Time to teach you a lesson.
What next?
For me, there just wasn't any branch to begin with.
Let's do this! The winds of fortune are howling!
A tempest of ice shall rage!
Well then, let me heal you.
An interesting dilemma. I could use a rest.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I'll do my best. Let's do this!
Nothing will... You should have studied harder.
I guess we'll save over here. Aha, so there was one branch. Ooh, 30,000 from a silver chest? Really now? Alright, well that was worth making sure we got.
Step right up! My turn now! The winds of fortune are howling!
Coming, if thou dare.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
An interesting dilemma. A tempest of ice shall rage! What is the logical course of action? I could use a rest.
Letting the hunt beginneth. Letting the hunt beginneth.
Now. Not bad. A passing grade.
I think that's a Therian chest over there. Nice dead end. Yep. Alright, well, we'll have to come back with Therian after. Thankfully, it's not far in.
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Using this.
Let's do this! The winds of force are howling!
Now, what next? An interesting dilemma.
Coming, if thou darest.
I'll not be defeated. Here I go!
What is that? Nothing will. Not bad. A passing grade.
Those undead dog things are pretty rough. I'm almost tempted to swap Tressa to Warrior, except I used all of her JP, so... Well, we could pick up the lunge if we wanted to for just 30. Or 1,000 stabs. But, I think we might be okay leaving it for now, since she's usually contributing the AoE wind.
Ready or not, here I come!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
What to do? The winds of force are howling! My turn now. Let your wounds be healed.
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of ice shall reign!
What next?
And nothing will. You should have studied harder.
A gleaming amulet. What does that do? Ah. Well, we're starting to get the big elemental damage reduction.
Letting us beginning. Coming, if thou darest.
Now, what next? A tempest of ice shall reign!
There we go.
Let's do this!
Not spear
I'll do
weak.
my best.
Or axe weak.
Let's do this.
Swords then.
What to do?
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of light shall reign. Thus ends your lesson.
Arg, there's a second purple chest in here. Well, that's not gonna be annoying. So that means we have to come in even further with Thurian.
Flame, protect us!
Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now. What to do?
What's this now?
What next?
What's Not bad. A passing grade.
Ready or not, here I come!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
What an odd set of weaknesses.
I'll do my best.
A tempest of shall reign.
Let's do this! The winds of fortune are howling.
What next?
What to do? My turn now. Let your wounds be healed.
What is the... You should have studied harder.
Syrian grapes. So good.
Ready or not, here I come!
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Now, what next?
My turn now!
What is the logical course of action? I could use a rest.
My turn now. Let your wounds be healed.
Come in, if thou darest. I'll take what I need.
You should have studied harder.
Hello, what is this? I cannot tell where I am. I am inside the wall.
Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now. Let's do this! The winds of fortune are howling.
What is the logical course of action? A tempest of ice shall rage!
Here I go! Thank you!
I'll take what I need.
Well then, let your wounds be healed. Here I go! Thank you!
Well, no coin for us off that guy.
You should have studied harder.
An enlightening necklace. '80 invasion. Okay. You know, I'm starting to think that, at the very least, we should replace the protective earrings with something like the enlightening brace or enlightening necklace. Because it's just so much more stats. Maybe I'll actually let her dodge stuff. Well, that was interesting. I think that's it, though.
Flame, protect us!
What next?
No thanks to the golems. How about on the right here? Nope. Apparently there's nothing there.
Standest thou against me? Then be hunted.
Here I go!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Now, what next?
Oh no!
What next?
Oh no! Thank you!
2,700. You don't say.
Not bad. A passing grade.
Ah, the force shield. Reduces evasion, though. There's a pretty big amount of raw defense. Well, Ophelia's already using the minus evasion shield. Let's upgrade her to the other minus evasion shield.
There is no choice. My turn now.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
An interesting dilemma. A tempest of ice shall reign!
Let's do this! The winds of force are howling.
Letting the hunt begin. Letting the hunt begin.
My turn now. Thank you!
Money, money, money.
Now, what now? You should have studied harder.
Pretty close to an SP refill for Cyrus, too. This definitely feels like more of a straight crawl than Primrose's did.
Coming, if thou darest.
The stage interruptions were a little weird.
Well then. Let your wounds be healed. What to do? The winds of force are howling.
What's this now?
Coming, if thou darest.
Well then. Here I go! Thank you!
Nothing will Thus ends your lesson.
I think we can go underneath this. We definitely can. Hello.
Standest thou against me? Then be hunted. Letting my arrow fly and true.
What to do? Darkness!
What is the logical course of action?
Coming, if... Coming, if thou darest.
I'll take what I need.
Thus ends your lesson.
Step right up. My turn now. Ah! Ah!
Rude.
Letting the hunt begin.
Ah.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I'll do my best. Let me heal you.
An interest.
What to do?
Wow, this thing has a lot of health.
Peacock's thrust. What to do? Ah! I'll do my best. Ah!
What next? First, weaken in the prey.
My turn now. Let's do this. Peacock's thrust.
Now, what next? What is the logical course of action? Nothing will quiet the storm.
Coming, if
Overclocked. That's worrying. 2% chance. It's a max strength enemy. Guess that explains a lot.
Raining arrows up on him.
Here I go. My turn now. Here I go.
Nothing will quiet the storm. You should have studied harder.
Those things are dumb, and I'm glad I generally avoid them. Hello, what's this? Well, not anything terribly interesting, but it's useful. Well, we found the statues.
These are the guards from Marsalim. I do not understand. This creature's heart. I cannot read it.
This looks like something that was summoned by, the Dark Magic book from the depths of, or far reaches of hell.
I can sense the feelings of every beast, every monster. But from this one, nothing. Still, my task remaineth the same. Thou hast taken people from us, and we shall have them back.
Yeah, that's definitely like a human cry there too. It's like, oh, I'm a zombie!
If thou art ready, then so am I.
Yeah, that's 100% a hell creature, jeez.
I'll do my best.
What next? Raining arrows up on them.
Forebode that.
What next? A great inferno to scorch the land.
What to do?
Hey, Diley. Yeah, it's raw.
Peacock's thrust. Here I go.
Let's see. Let's check out their weaknesses, I guess. Okay, not spear weak.
Here I go.
Rude. So it looks like it might change every single turn. Now it's spear weak.
Listen my arrow flying true.
What is the logical course of...
Yeah, it's lightning weak there.
I'll do
Okay.
my best.
Although it seems like it retains light weakness, which is nice, I guess. Damn. Full party stun, huh? What's it supposed to cure? At least it's... But I think last time I tried it, the Herb of Revival didn't actually work.
Let me help.
Well, I guess it does. Wonder why it didn't work before.
My turn now. Let me help. I'll do my best. You'll be all right now.
My friends.
I will not be defeated.
That's annoying.
Please rise. Here I go.
Come in, if thou darest.
I'll do my best. Bring about a miracle of healing.
Come in, if thou darest.
I I'll not be defeated. Prepare yourself! Elfric, bring out the flame!
An interesting dilemma.
Nothing will quiet the storm. Nothing will quiet the storm.
What to do? Peacock thrust! My turn now. You'll be all right now. Ah! Oh no!
Rain and arrows up on them.
My turn now. Bring about a miracle of healing. My turn now.
There's probably a second phase after this too, just like with Primrose's. That'll be interesting.
You'll be all right now. Well then. You'll be all right now.
Letting my arrow fly and true. First, weakening the prey.
Oh no! For you!
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Oh no! For you!
Ouch.
Oh no!
Coming, if thou darest.
I'll do my best. Bring about a miracle of healing.
Now, what next?
What next?
Now, what next?
And he's not stunned for long.
Coming, if thou darest. First, weakening the prey.
My turn now! Let me help. Well then. You'll be all right now. to do?
I guess we could just defend? I've angered the beasts. Oh no.
Well then. Let your wounds be healed.
Letting the hunt begin. Holding back nothing.
What's this now?
Coming, if thou darest.
What's this now?
A great inferno to scorch the land.
I'll not be defeated. Prepare yourself! Elfric, bring out the flame! Let's do this! For you! What to do? Peacock's thrust!
Letting my arrow fly and true. Using this.
Let's do this! Peacock's thrust!
Letting the hunt begin.
Ooh, he's gonna get 3 turns? I don't like that.
First, weakening the prey.
What's this now?
Now the true lesson begins. A great inferno to scorch the land. A great inferno to scorch the land.
My turn now. You'll be alright now.
Saw that coming.
Well then.
Hunter Tressa.
You'll be alright now.
Letting the hunt begin. Holding back nothing.
Yeah, it hasn't tried to use Petrify yet, so it's probably gonna pull that out in the second phase.
You'll be alright now.
What next? Raining arrows up on me.
Let's do this! Peacock Cock's thrust. My turn now. You'll be all right now.
An interesting dark.
My focus is on a great inferno to scorch the land.
You should have studied harder.
It's not over yet, though.
What?
What evil is this? Doth this mean the curse is lifted?
Tja.
The devil take you, monster! Wait, really? So we didn't even have to use the anti-petrify, we just locked it down so much that it never attempted it? I can move again, I'm saved! The beast is slain.
Truly?
But how? By your hand.
Not so.
Not just I. The city guard and the knights Ardent. We fought as one.
Oh,
Swounds, I can taste the air again! Look, I'm flesh and blood!
oh,
We're saved!
many thanks.
I'm in your debt.
Wondrous well. How can we thank you for this miracle?
Nay.
Thou needst not. I'd cause of my own to slay the beast. But if thou wilt show in thanks, leave us this place, and takest thy men back to their king. His Majesty waiteth anxiously for good tidings.
Understood.
Then I will not tarry one moment. By your leave, milady.
Excellent.
The curse is broken, but hath Master been saved?
Behold, my fellows! Honnet the Huntress, Slayer of Red Eye, has returned!
Yay!
General Lenar tells me of your exploits. You have slain the menace. You saved my poor men and our city. You are our savior, and we are forever in your debt.
What I did was for my own avail.
Perhaps so, Huntress. Yet grateful we remain. I would like to propose a banquet in your honor. But alas, I divine that you will not tarry here with us.
I cannot, Highness. I must see with mine own eyes if my master hath been freed from the curse.
Of course. General Lenar.
Sire, my men are ready to escort the Huntress at your command.
I informed King Khalim of your circumstances. He ordered preparations be made in advance.
You fought the Red Eye to bring your master to life. My soldiers recovered the instant it was slain. Pray, go to his side at once.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Think nothing of it, but perhaps when your quest is done, you would grace us with your presence once more. And then we may throw the banquet you deserve.
You honor me. I hope that day shall come soon.
Huh. So we get credits for Hanets. So I guess it's showing us literally every finish. We might be here a while if it's gonna do this. Thanks for the GGs, although this is only the second chapter 4. We're not really done yet. So many of these finishers are just gonna be Iris drops a massive nuke on people. Although I guess the elephant managed to snag that one. I guess these early ones, Cyrus wasn't quite so overpowered, so a lot of characters were getting kills on their own chapter bosses. Yeah, we're in chapter 2, so it looks like they're doing it for every chapter boss. So I'm guessing there'll probably be some part in the credits later where it's just black screen, because it's space for the other chapter 4s that we haven't completed yet. It's kind of a weird choice to do this, but at the same time, I guess it's nice. This guy didn't even get to be the star of his own boss battle because we finish his ad off afterward at the end. But it's a bit of an odd choice, but I guess it's something to watch during the credits. But it's also weird for them to do it here and not after we finished all the chapter 4s. I mean, I know that Hanata is my first pick and my primary character, basically, but it's just strange. Makes the game feel even more disconnected in places. Which is kind of my main criticism so far, is that the tales feel too separated, so it's pretty much like the other characters aren't even there. And this is kind of just a reminder by having it roll the credits, because we happened to finish this second. kind of lost track of where we were. This is, I think this is the back half of the chapter 3s now. No, I think actually this is the front half. Or rather, yeah, I guess now we're into the back half. Because Ophelia was the third last one we did, so we should be getting into kills from this session now. I like how it shows the status effects on them, too. So McGill being poisoned was still animated. Oh yeah, that was an epic finish. Just kill all three at the same time. Yeah, so there's our first chapter 4, and then our second chapter 4 here, which is what led to the credits rolling unexpectedly. Yep, there's that black screen I predicted. So there's space for 6 more chapter 4s before the end, I guess. Or not. Okay, maybe the music is dynamic to extend it out. Yeah, oh, that's what I assume. That it credit rolled because Hanet is my main character, but it's really weird that they do it like that. Instead of at the end of the 8th one.
God's mercy! What is that fiend?
Come, Linda, with me.
Look out!
Huh?
Yay, it's Xanta!
Hagen, if thou art here, then...
What ho, Hornet! Don't tellin' me thou'st grown again!
Not in height, master. But if thou speakest of experience, then yes.
Ah, that must be it. Hope I didn't cause thee too much trouble.
Some, master. And I was worried for a spell.
Thou were? Then I guess I owe thee an apology.
Thou certainly dost.
Stay, my dear. That was thy cue to say not at all.
And not just to me. To Natalia, Susanna, and Eliza as well. You had us all worried.
That's a long list, but no matter. Rest assured, I'll make an apology to each and every one. And then I shall thank 'em them, too, for good measure.
Thou dost not.
Hanet, thank thee. Thou'st done me proud.
That's quite the animation.
Blushing, art we? Perhaps thou'st not grown that much after all.
Yeah, grab.
And thou clearly hast learnest nothing from this misadventure.
Oh, a man my age hath learned all the things he ever will, I'm afraid.
Grab the daughter casually, yes.
Begging your pardon, sir, but we just wanted to thank you.
I'm being helpful. Think nothing of it. Art thou hurt?
Hey, Micah. You know, considering this is the Hunter storyline, that's very appropriate.
Nothing that won't mend soon enough, by your grace, sir.
Don't hunt the dark fire, yes.
Good to hear it. So, where were we? Ah, yes. Thou were about to tell me of thine adventures.
It's a long story. Wouldst thou hear it all?
Every last word.
Ah. How good's the Octopath traveling? Well, we finished the second chapter 4, and the game.
The journey I had taken was but a short episode in my life.
And the game decided to roll credits because I guess I happened to select my main character's chapter 4 to do second. Yes, it is technically HOCTOPAT. Given our order. But I assume it's gonna let me do the other chapters 4s after this. I would be very disappointed if it didn't.
I would come into telling the tale of it many times in the years to come in. For the first time as a hunter, I found a story that was mine alone. It was my first story, but not my last.
You've never actually finished Octopath 1. You're not the first person to say that, too.
But those are tales for another day. And so I end my story here. Thou canst always come to our village to hear in it again.
You kind of got disappointed in the progression of the game and then put it down? Like the way it's divided into chapters?
Though I warn you, it may not be the same with every telling.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Never even started, so there. Feels okay, man. That's alright, I'll play it for you. Ah, look at Hagen and Linda in the background. So cute. I like this ending card more than Primrose's. Oh, cool. Since I have completed her tale, I can actually technically swap her out now. Although, I don't think I will, just because we've been doing it like this for so long. I think we're gonna keep to it. Alright, first things first, we got 2 treasures to go back and get. Artwork feels very Bravely-esque. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same artist. Like, that style is so distinct, there's no way it's not just the same person. Because Zonta especially has that look, where it's very... It reminds me a lot of, Elvis's facial hair. Do you remember hearing a lot of people were disappointed in the art on launch because the demo version supposedly looked way better? What? As in the sprite work looked better in the demo? That's bizarre. Wait. Okay. Marslum, and then we'll just run over to the Grimsand. It's because of the bloom effect? Huh. You always use this metaphor for this game's story, as well other JRPGs that you've tried are like one big supreme pizza. Octopath feels like 8 one-topping personal pizzas, all the flavors separate, and there's someone forcing you to take one bite of each pizza at a time, otherwise you will get hurt. Huh. I guess that's one way to put it, yeah. I don't mind too much myself that it's divided, but I feel like it definitely hurts the game a bit that there's no, like, strong ties between the tales. You have no idea how much time I have no idea how much time you spend resetting trying to steal our cons to some people. Of course. The Reese version, you can't see very far into the backgrounds because of it in the demo. Oh, in the demo that wasn't there, you could see the backgrounds were way more detailed and went really deep, huh? I see. Theory on early game reset silliness. I heard that the speedrun tries 3%. Which sounds painful, but I guess it's not me running the speedrun, so whatever floats their boat, right? Started the game with a strong-ass golden axe. Nice. Alright, let's put evasive maneuvers on Therion too. Alright, which direction are we headed here? Okay. So we go down and west, I think. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, here we go. I think.
I've done my research on you.
What next?
Maybe not. Yeah, this is a wall. Okay, let's go back to the city. I think I need to actually go out the actual west side. You adore everything about this game except for its story, which is kind of important to a role-playing game for you. Yeah, it's quite important. I would agree. I don't think you have actually mentioned the art yet. I guess we can also see if there's other chests out here too. Aha! Silver filled pouch. Well then.
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
Come in, if thou darest.
Well then.
My turn.
Now.
Alright, let's just see that.
A tempest of ice shall rage!
They do not acknowledge anyone in my party during the actual story. The best we get are the side skit stuff. Which feels a bit weak, unfortunately.
A tempest of ice shall rage!
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Actually, I'm not sure if I have the weapons on theory anymore.
Now. Oh, ice, pierce them through. Not bad. A passing grade.
Which might be part of the why his damage is kind of low right now. It shouldn't be that low. No, I guess he does. He's just using a weak dagger. Okay. That's fine. Another chest. Large pomegranate. Side skits are nice, but you'd like more than just side scripts? How about the entire story being like that?
Come on,
Yeah, I've been told that Octo 2 fixes that though, so I look forward to that.
My turn now.
What is the logical course of action?
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I'll do my best. I hope I've grown more able.
Bravely Team has said their next game should be announced soon, so Bravely 3rd. I would be a little surprised they did a Bravely 3rd. I feel like it'd be hard to escalate things more than they did in 2nd. Without getting ridiculous. Although, I guess Bravely Default 2 kind of ended quite neatly, so I'm not sure if they could do as Bravely's 2nd 2 either. They may be better off just doing like a Bravely Default 3. And starting a whole new world. Okay, I think it was the nearest staircase on this side.
Now, letting us hunt him.
I say that like it didn't get ridiculous in the first place. I mean...
Letting the hunt begin.
Even for Bravely getting ridiculous. Octo 2 is such a much better game top to bottom than Octo 1. Well, that's making me even more eager. You weren't able to finish Octo 1, but Octo 2 would have been your game of the year last year if it wasn't for Engage. Ah.
Raining arrows up on him.
Ow! Jerk.
Let me heal you.
They shouldn't just have that end credits teaser and then nudge you for an entire decade. I feel like the way, or with the length that AAA games require to actually be good when they're developed, that's almost inevitable. Unless, like, they're doing the projects back to back to back. And then you still kind of risk running into the Pokemon problem then if you do that. Yeah, let's do that.
Letting the hunt begin.
Out of my way.
A 7% chance of stealing, I see.
I'll not be defeated.
Come in, if thou darest.
I'll do my best.
An interesting...
Come in, if thou darest. Rain and arrows up on them.
My turn.
Try this. I'll not be defeated.
Letting my arrow fly.
Patience really coming through again.
An interesting dilemma.
Come in, if thou darest. Making them defenseless.
My turn now. Here I go! Elfric, bringer of the flame!
What next? Rain and arrows up on them.
Now, what next?
Nothing will quiet the storm. Nothing will quiet the storm.
Out of my way.
I'll do my best.
The misses are not good.
Now, what next?
Letting my arrow fly in true. What next?
Not bad.
Okay, maybe we didn't need the cleric ult, but whatever. You'd be okay with something different or new just because you do love the games, but come on, it's almost been 10 years. Is it... Although, is it a different team or specifically set up for every game? Or, like... Because I don't know if that department within Square is large enough to do more than one game, or what? Because I feel like it makes sense that there's a big delay if... Wow, only 50... I mean, I'd say only, but 50,000 is nice. It's just I was expecting something unique from a purple chest. But if they have to shuffle team members around to take on like Octo or a triangle strategy and Octopath at the same time too, it makes sense why Bravely might take longer to get a new game. You're not entirely sure if it's the same team, but from the circles you've ventured into, it seems like the same team that worked on the Bravely team specifically. But I feel like, I don't know, because from my experience working in software, you don't just have one person or like a team dedicated to one set of stuff. You shuffle people around, you have them work on multiple projects. The plots and writing are much stronger, the setting feels a lot more unique, and they added side storylines where team members will work together, and the ending where the team is working together is very well handled. That's cool. Unseen Saber. It's got a lot more raw power. Kinda want to use it with her, but losing the accuracy is a bit oof. I guess we'll do it. Alright. We got both chests, so we can peace out. I kind of want to see if I can get the Rune Blade now. We might need to finagle things a bit, but... I think Ophelia's actually got enough hit points to just raw survive the double AoE turns. In fact, Iris already has the ability. I think I'll wait to put it on until we actually get there, so we're not worrying about being surprised by enemies, because the enemies in that area are also very difficult. Might as well get SP Saver in case we need it.
Letting the hunt beginning. Raining arrows up on them.
What's this? What's this now?
I'll not be defeated. Let me heal you. My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling. Well then, you'll be alright now.
Letting the hunt beginning.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
An interesting dilemma.
Actually, the overheal might just allow Ophelia to survive, since it seems like we can just heal from max too, so we don't have to worry about being chipped like in Bravely in order to actually get it.
You should have studied harder.
Seagawav official art celebrating Bravely Second's 9th anniversary. A lot of people are taking this as teasing / hinting for Bravely Third. You keep digging to see what else was there, I guess.
Standest thou against me? Then be hunted. Letting my arrow fly and true.
My turn now. My turn now.
These things kind of suck to fight here.
Let me heal you.
Since they have so few weaknesses.
Nothing will quiet the storm. An interesting dilemma. Nothing will quiet the storm.
Letting the hunt begin.
Here I go! Huh! I'll do my best. No, you will not.
An interesting dilemma. I could use a rest.
My turn now. I'll do my best. There!
What next? Thou didst fight with courage.
My turn now!
Trying to remember where the turnoff was now.
I'll do my best. Let your wounds be healed.
Letting the hunt begin. Raining arrows up on them. Letting my arrow fly and true. What next?
Now. Nothing will. Not bad. A passing grade.
Specifically, an artwork posted for Bravely Default 2's anniversary and attaches a message from Asano saying, "This year we should be able to give you some news about the Bravely series, so please look out for it." Right, so that just indicates a new game. Oh yeah, so we didn't want to go into there, because that's the wrong way. I think it was under this arch.
Letting us hunting. Coming, if thou darest.
My turn now!
We'll just rest for now.
I'll not be defeated. No, you will not!
What next?
I'll do my best.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
What next?
Let's do this!
Oops, wrong target.
Letting the hunt begin.
Here I go!
Nothing will quiet the Not bad. A passing grade.
There we go. That's where it was. Someone died here and left 4,500 leaves behind. Thinking emoji.
Open for business. Let's do this. Step right up.
Letting the hunt begin.
I'll not be defeated. Here I go.
An interesting dilemma. I could use a rest.
What to do?
Letting my arrow fly and true.
My turn now.
Thus ends your lesson.
I will not lose to you.
Now, what next? So much to learn.
My turn now. Let me heal you. My turn now.
Yeah, what else he was weak to? It's not dark, is it? Oh, it is. Okay.
An interesting dilemma. I think not.
Letting the hunt begin.
Here I go. Peacock's rush. Well then. Let me heal you. Here I go. For you.
Now the
Won't there something? A great inferno to scorch the land.
What next? First, weakening the prey.
My turn now. No, you will not! Here I go! Peacock thrust! What to
Well, that's
do?
annoying. Should have actually looked for more herbs and revival to buy.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Now, what next? A gift for you.
Here I go! Darkness!
Coming if thou. Coming if thou darest.
What to do? Peacock thrust!
An interesting dilemma. A tempest of ice shall rage!
I'll do my best. Prepare yourself! Elfric, bring out the flames!
Letting my arrow fly and true. First, weakening the prey.
Now, what next?
Now the true lesson begins. Nothing will quiet the storm.
My turn now. You'll be all right now. Here I go!
What next? First, weakening the prey.
What's this?
My turn now!
I'm not sure what's debuffed aside from one's speed. I'm not sure what the other one is.
Darkness! I'll do my best. Let me heal you.
Coming if thou darest.
Now, what next?
Nothing will quiet the storm. Nothing will quiet the storm.
Now, what next? How about this?
Well then. Let me heal you.
Coming if thou darest.
Nice.
Here I go! Darkness!
Letting my arrow fly and true.
is the logical course of action?
Come in, if thou darest. First, weaken in the prey.
I'll not be defeated. You'll be all right now. It's my turn now. For you.
What next? First, weaken in the prey.
Alright, darkness is kind of whatever.
Letting my arrow
That
fly
focus
true.
fire, though.
My turn now. Let me
Hang
heal
tough,
you.
really coming through.
What's this now?
Nothing will quiet the storm.
What to do? Let's do this.
What's this now?
Nothing will quiet the storm.
What's this?
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Let's do this.
Cyrus is really getting picked on here.
Let me help. I'll not be defeated. You'll be all right now.
Come in, if thou darest.
Let's do this. Peacock strut. I'll do my best. Here I go. Elfric, bringer of the flame.
An interesting dilemma.
Now the true lesson begins. A great inferno to scorch the land.
It's my turn now. For you.
Come in, if thou darest.
Having some trouble keeping Shackle up, but
I'll
I
not
guess it's
be
okay.
defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Now,
My focus is on a great inferno to scorch the land. A great inferno to scorch the land.
Ah!
an interesting dilemma.
A tempest of ice shall rage!
Come in, if thou darest. Raining arrows up on them.
Might not be able to stop this attack, whatever it is.
Now. You'll be alright now. I'll not be defeated. Let me heal you.
Sorcery.
I'll do my best.
The AoE status effects is terrible, because I have no real way of stopping. I have to basically use the Dancer ult to be able to rehabilitate everyone. If I do this, then he's just gonna keep attacking us. But if I don't, then we have a pretty good chance of dying.
Bring about a miracle of healing.
His attack should at least break the sleep.
I'll do my best. Have this. Doesn't end like this.
Well, that's garbage.
I'll do my best. Bring about a miracle of healing.
What's this now?
How about this?
What's this now?
How about this?
Not enough to break.
What's this now?
A great inferno to scorch the land.
do this! Peacock thrust! Prepare yourself! Elfric, bring out the flame! Bring about a miracle of healing! My turn now! Let me help.
Come in, if thou darest. First, weaken in the fray.
You'll be alright.
What's this now? Now the true lesson begins! A great inferno to scorch the land! Ah!
Let's actually buff Iris first here, because we have several tries with Hanet before we need to tap into Tress's BP.
Peacock thrust!
Come in, if thou darest. Raining arrows up on me.
What is the logical course of action?
Ah! A great inferno to scorch the land! A great inferno to scorch the land!
I'll not be defeated. You'll be alright.
Set this up in advance, I guess.
An interesting dilemma.
A great inferno to scorch the land! A great inferno to scorch the land!
Well then. Bring about a miracle of healing!
Letting the hunt beginning. Raining arrows up on me.
Got him.
My turn now.
So let's... I'm gonna prep more rehab on her.
You'll be alright. What to do? For you.
Letting the hunt beginning. First, weaken in the fray.
What is the logical...
Now the true lesson!
Got him.
Not bad. A passing grade.
And to thee who has proven thy worth, I impart the lost secrets of the heavens. Super job get, I guess. Rune Lord is a secondary job. Alright, let's get out of here. Thanks to the GGs. The money spot that was left behind. Put those back on for now. I may end up swapping them later, especially if Rune Lord ends up being something particularly interesting. First things first is save, and then we'll look at it. Oh, wait. That's why I'm like, why is this not letting me? Oh, I like the outfit. This is very Valkyrie. Also, wow, it just gives us a ton of stats in general. We should have this as our sub job. So it's a sword axe job. I almost feel like I want to give that to Tressa then, actually. Weapons you use your attacks with will deal additional lightning damage for 3 turns.
Thank you!
Yeah, Gremlin Valkyrie. Avery Arts, am I enjoying the game so far? Yes. It's definitely been an enjoyable ride. We still have 6 more Chapter 4s to go, and a number of additional sub-jobs that we have to acquire. There's a very large spot in the wheel now on both sides of Rune Lord. So now I'm very inclined to hunt those in. Oh wow, skills that will normally target yourself alone will target your allies as well. So this is a way to not have to use the Dancer ult. This feels like with a little foresight, a Rune Lord Alphen could provide just like full status immunity for an entire fight. Yeah, party fight Alfric is potentially a thing too, I guess. I think if nothing else, we want... Wow, these first skill costs 2,000 JP too. Yikes. Well, if we want this to take the place of Dancer, we should have Dark Rune. Oh, it doesn't go up though. That's interesting. Let's get transfer as well. Stat swap? Elemental and physical attack strength will be swapped with each one another. I'm sure there's some shenanigans I could probably do with this, but this is definitely not a general equip skill. These are also expensive, but it also basically gives us way better coverage at the cost of needing a turn to set this stuff up. Let's buy wind and light, I guess, as well. SP, recovery, and dauntless. Upon taking damage from a foe, gain an amount of SP equal to 1% of damage taken. Okay. Interesting. Gain increased physical and elemental attack when suffering from a status ailment. Yeah, these two feel like I'd set them up for very specific strategies, but the SP recovery I could just equip normally if I wanted to. Although I think I'm good with what she has for now. See something. It says weapons in general, so might also work with skills too. Which means, if we transfer Rune, we could theoretically, as long as they have an elemental weakness, set up Rain of Arrows to hit a wider spectrum than just bow weakness. Alright. Feel like I could get behind that. Just have to fiddle with it to see how things actually work, I suppose. How's it like? So hard to find the other herbs for the other aspects. I think that's one thing I want to do before I quit for the night. Is find more of Revival and Awakening, I guess. So I guess let's hop town to town. I always forget where half the things are in these towns. There it is. There's the Herb of Awakening. I guess we should stock up on Clamor as well. Oops. Alright. So we need Revival. Let's try Ripple Tide, I guess. Guess that's a no. Ah, there we go. This one seems a little more prominent, so let's buy twice as many. Okay, so... Oh, Cyrus and Ophelia are actually in known territory. Could head towards Tressa's tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, I think I want to pursue Tressa's next. So I want to hit all this area where it's unknown territory to see if I can find the other shrines. So probably like Tressa into Elfin then Ulbrich, or potentially the other way around, Ulbrich then Elfin. So let's teleport to Goldshore and call it a night there. Alright, well, good progress. We got 2 Chapter 3s, 2 Chapter 4s, and a surprise murder shrine done. So I guess tomorrow we'll be looking for more murder shrines and to complete, let's say, at least 3 of the Chapter 4s. So Tressa, Elfin, and Ulbrich. Unless I change my mind and we decide to do Cyrus's or Ophelia's, I guess. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing as much of this as we can. I guess that also means that with all this extra stuff that I didn't anticipate, we'll probably end up pushing out finishing to at least Thursday of next week. Maybe longer? Hard to say. I guess that's part of the fun of doing a blind run, is just not sure what'll end up getting thrown into my path on the way over. But yeah, aside from that, Friday we're going to be returning to Shadows of Valentia. See what we can do about finishing off the minimum recruitment run. And then I'm thinking we'll be doing something Radiant Dawn next. I'm still ironing out what I want to do for the run, or have for the rules for the run, but that's likely what we'll be doing for Sunday and Monday. And then I guess next Wednesday we come back to this. Wherever the Chapter 4s and the Murder Shrines lead us. And it looks like wow, it is very quiet. I guess, unsurprisingly, this is the morning of July 4th, eh? So really don't have anyone to raid, so I guess we're just gonna cut it here. So thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. Hope to see you tomorrow for some more of this, and have yourselves a good night.